What's up, good people? What's up, good people? Welcome to the show. Glad you all could make it on in. We about to get this thing started. I just found out about this. I've been sort of hearing about it, but didn't really give it any thought. But it's worth taking a look at the whole idea, the notion that Tina Knowles could make a documentary to help change or uplift, or more specifically, change just the image of black men. That's what they're fishing for with the documentary. And there's apparently a subset of women, black women online, who's saying, no, we need your image to stay as dirty as possible. So let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
What's up, everybody? What's up, good people? Welcome to the show. Click the like button on your way in. Appreciate each and every one of you for being here. Shout out to those that make it in bright and early, the early bird squad, as I call you. Shout out to RM. And since I'm right here, where it says the creator of this dope intro is support Black Male Media and subscribe to Prophet of Thought series. Actually, the Prophet of Thought is not the creator of the intro. He does the initial voiceover where he's saying, wake your black ass up, sounding like Ronaldo Ray. The creator of the intro is actually SKC, Supreme King Coon. Prophet of Thought just did the voiceover work, but the two of them work together, so it can be confusing if you don't know, because you can see SKC's work over on his channel as well. But it was actually Supreme King Coon. I do want to make sure I give SKC his props on that one. E Taylor in the building. Shout out to E Taylor. Kaya in the building. Dirty Thirds, he says. Shout out to Uneducated Lane. Shout out to Honeycut. Yeah, Honeycut. He says the Lou reporting for duty. Shout out to Toya the Tutor in the building. My man Rod of God podcast, and RM periodically dropped a link to Rod's video throughout the course of the show. The Black Manosphere, the BEMA Awards. I forgot exactly. I'm botching it, but it's like the BEMA Awards. Black I apologize. One of the best videos I've seen on YouTube this year. I forgot how I'm messing up the acronym. but but shout out to Rod of God podcast. I do want that periodically spammed in here. It only got 1,000 views. I know Angry Man shared it and I shared it. That helped gave it a boost. I dropped the ball not sharing it right away. I should have been on it right when I saw it, but I kind of didn't really. I like watched it, but was busy and distracted and didn't really sit down and look at how unique it was, all those different categories. I was sleep on it, Rod. I was sleep on it for a minute, but man, it's when I finally did take the time, sit down and like watch it attentively, you put a lot of work into that. So shout out to you, Dark Knight Mentality in the building. Shout out to you, LF Third. Appreciate each and every one of you coming on in. The Mac the Trucker, I saw you, Paul Game, and Sigma Tiger 24 in the building. He said the devil is using the sisterhood to try to divide God's people. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Appreciate you coming on through. Appreciate you coming on through. But all right, let's get into it. Yeah, we talking about something today I didn't think we would ever be talking about. I think Rod made the comment essentially that with the more feminist beehive, you didn't think Tina Knowles would make a documentary like that or be a part of a documentary like that. You wouldn't think that. You wouldn't initially just think that out the gate. But because normally things go a certain way. You wouldn't expect that. You wouldn't expect that. But for those that don't know, I do want to cue people in who don't know what's going on. I'm late to the party finding out about this as well. But thank you for that super chat, Sigma Tiger. Oh, real quick. I got so many messages from people stating that my last stream was like my best one ever. Aha. Oh, ho, 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 ho. You own to something, SKC. You own to something. Slow down. Quite interesting that an own network inspired show tried to take up for Black men so long as they paint the narrative. Could it be that the Manosphere narrative is becoming a threat? I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of factors in that, You mentioned the OWN network. You're talking about Oprah Winfrey. They putting out the Color Purple again, which I understood it was a movie, but somebody told me it's supposed to be a series of plays or something like that. But I understand it's supposed to be a whole new movie, So I don't know what you mean by could it be the Manosphere narrative is becoming a threat. Hey, we can lean into this smooth and easy. Because I love hearing SKC's take. So if you're available, if you ain't working or got the new baby on your knee or something like that, if you ain't busy, you can come up here and talk about that before we dig into it. He's Young Dolph. I forgot about him. He says the documentary is meant to bring you back to the ghetto. Man, get out of there. Get out of there. But no, what I'm gonna do if SKC come up, I'm gonna let him flesh out what he's saying right there. Because it's the reason I'm confused about what you're saying because I just put the link in the chat. Perfect. I just put the link in the chat and I'll further explain the reason why I'm confused about what you're saying because it's a lot of different messages in the Manosphere. It's a lot of different messages. And the only message that realistically is reaching them is a Kevin Samuels type message. That's really the only one that's really getting put in their lap. So it's tough to say if this documentary has anything to do with a Manosphere message reaching them. But then you look at the message in the documentary where it does something I don't like where I haven't seen it yet and I will watch it, but it looked like it was doing something along the lines of attempting to what I always say, spray perfume on the feces. I'm trying to keep the show clean for at least the first hour. But it's attempting to probably spray perfume on the feces in the community. There are legitimate problems in the community. There are legitimate things that that do need to be addressed and addressed honestly. However, changing the way people look at and view black men and changing the overall narrative about black men, that does help other black men. That helps black men that aren't a part of the problem, if they can convince people that those that are the problem really are not the problem, or are not that problem in as great numbers, which is true. And then overall, the general view and perspective that people have when it comes to black men will change, and then it just changes our image and social standing, so to speak. So I mean, it's an attempt at that, but I don't like when they do that, but they pretend like things that are happening are not happening. And a real discussion needs to be had about that. And I think the Manosphere did spark a real discussion about a lot of those things, but we went a completely different angle on it, because we focused on households and the lack of households, and why that's a part of the problem. And it's not just as easy anymore to just say, oh well, black men are trash, when we hear the story we like we heard yesterday from the horse's mouth, you know came in with all that smoke. And then we find, after proper interrogation, we found out that she in many ways was a victim of a lot of what we was talking about. And shout out to her. I appreciate her coming through. I mean, I definitely have her back on the show. But we found out, and I see SKC down there, so I'm gonna get to SKC. But we found out through talking to her that, yeah, the mom left the daughter, dad fought for custody, she fought against him, denied him custody, and then went off and to be with a woman. So she had another woman raising the kid while denying the biological father proper access. But then also saying, well, men need to step up and take accountability for the families that they create. But in your own household, you saw a woman leave and then deny access. So, so we look at it more so from that angle. And yes, if they're free and reckless and doing what they want when they want, who they want it to, and that guy is not there, and they get the outcomes of that, and they get the community that comes as a result of that, we point that out. We point that out unapologetically. That's the angle that we take with it, But anyway, we got my main man SKC in the building. Welcome to the show. Always love when I could get the Supreme King Coon in the building. Sometimes I forget how funny your YouTube name is, because I get used to saying it, and then I will repeat it, and I'm like, his name is Supreme King Coon. It makes me laugh when I forget how funny it is. But what's going on, man?
Oh, nothing much, man. I was, I do. Sometimes I'll listen in from the clouds while I'm getting some work done. But I thought it was an interesting concept or conversation that you're pulling up with this one. So I was like, man, let me stop what I'm doing and chime in on this for a little bit. But I think, well, to begin, you recall some years ago where Obsidian was saying that his thought process was to kind of force a conversation to occur.
Yeah.
And I don't know, to a certain degree, I think it may have been prophetic in a way. But like many prophecies, that they typically don't unfurl the way that the way that you want them to. And so, I mean, personally, when I saw the whole Tina Knowles own network inspired, I guess, trying to uplift black men, as it were, that documentary. It and I could be reaching, but in my opinion, I think that it shows that controlling the narrative about the black male image is important. And for what it's worth, instead of having a conversation, what black women, for the most part, want to do is they want to be at the forefront of black male imaging the message.
Mm.
As long as there is a black woman that sides with the sisterhood, that is at, on in control, in the driver's seat of that message, then they're cool about talking about it, because then you're going to involve a lot of things that, for the most part, black men are not going to co-sign. Black men are not going to co-sign Billy Porter speaking up for them.
Oh man, come on
Black
now.
men
I
are
was
not
I
going
was
to, you know what I mean? It's like black men are not going to co-sign some black dude talking about we are vulnerable, and it's like no, that is not the message. Black men are not dangerous.
that's
You
why.
remember
Hold on, but real quick, what you just said right there, that's why I didn't understand your comment. Could it be that the Manosphere narrative is becoming a threat? Now I think I get it. But because see, my whole thing is I was like, okay, this is an attempt, but I do think it will be a counterproductive attempt for the reasons that you said. It's going to be more victimhood. It's going to be more this what them doing to us, and we're so downtrodden, and they are just it's going to be more of that coming off as weak. When I hear that, it's like I hear dudes like talking in a slave voice about what about, what the problem is, and I get the feeling it's going to be more about that. It's going to be more of just building up the whole entire victim narrative. Is not going to be, um, it's not going to be any speaking from, it's not going to be any strength in it. And then
right.
also the yeah, Billy Porter. I was going to get to that. It wasn't even in my mind right now, but when I was because I got clips when I knew when I played it, I was going to play the clip from when she did an interview with CBS, and Billy Porter was in the clip, and there's an article, and he's in the article, so it's like, yeah, she's speaking up for black men, but you got Billy Porter to do it, and a bunch of Van Jones crying on MSNBC type dudes doing it. And it's so I'm already like, that's the problems I see with it. But then even with that even with that you got the sisterhood coming out signing a petition against it. That's a whole nother ball of wax, but you wouldn't even go on that route. I cut you off, so I'm gonna throw it back to you and let you try to get back on the path you was going, but go ahead.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I like the different directions the conversation can go, but I just found it. There were a few things that I found odd about the I guess the promo for the documentary. That idea that black men are not dangerous, and that's a complete spin from in the 70s. There was a with the black feminists, there's this famous picture of, I believe her name is Barbara Smith. I could be wrong, but she's in front of a chalkboard, and prominently written on that chalkboard is that black women are dangerous.
You
And
mean black
so
men? It said black men or black women?
black women. And
uh,
it's to
Feminists.
show, yeah, and it's to show that they are not weak, that they have strength and they are powerful.
Oh
Uh
yeah.
and and, and yet you take that message and you go all the way to today, and you want to present black men as, oh, they're docile, they've been victimized, it's a weird messaging. And when you package that along with who is at the forefront of the messaging,
Mm-hmm.
Tina Knowles,
Mm-hmm.
you remember, I think that was a year and some change ago, where I think a lot of content creators here were covering how she conducted this interview with her husband and how
I was
she
gonna
made him look crazy.
I was gonna get to that too.
I mean, she pretty much just defamed and neutered him on air.
Mm-hmm.
And yet this is the individual that you want to represent taking up for the black male position.
Mm-hmm.
Again, these are just odd questions. Out of all of the contacts that you have in media, why
Mm-hmm.
do you want a woman to head that? Why do you want a woman to head what the messaging and image of black men should be?
Right. Now, and this is where I probably failed in my research. You said OWN Network is connected to this, right?
OWN and
Because I saw
Discovery
it's on,
Plus.
okay, it's on Discovery Plus, so I didn't
Yeah, but
connect OWN, but
but
so
OWN is giving the lion's share of the production.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, OWN is doing it. Man, it's so many things with this, and I'm hoping it's a good documentary. I don't just sit on the sideline and hate on stuff. I mean, I just think that things need to go a different route. And then the $1 million question is, well, why aren't black men creating their own documentaries in their own voice and their own? But truthfully, they are. But a lot of them are more liberal in their approach. So even when they create these type of documentaries, they kind of come out the same. It kind of has the same look or the same feel to it, and so you really don't get something different, and that's why that's why I value this black male space online. Black men are actually looking at things in a completely different way. One thing I'm going to pull up real quick, and hold on, I just want to show something. I'm gonna throw it back to you, but I do want your thoughts on this. Where we at? Shoot, I can't find. There we go. Wait, nope, that's not it. Here it is. All right. I do want your thoughts on this line right here. And you being, a resident coon, what do you think about this line right here? The documentary is called Profiled. That profiled the black man. It says, in an attempt to, and this is a quote, counter the media's negative portrayals of black men. Now, again, in and of itself, that's obviously not a bad thing. That's obviously not a bad thing. But what's what's your general thoughts on that? Because that is something that it is trying to do. It's trying to counter the negative portrayals. What's your general thoughts on that?
Well, I think if you're going to counter the
And then
portrayal,
they're in Chicago. Okay, no, I ain't go ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I think that one of the major things to do, if you're going to counter that that portrayal, you would likely want to have a lot of black men involved in that project. You would want to show a lot of their lifestyles, a lot of the things that they're into, and that would need to be black men in general, not the minorities, such as, because you think about it like and I'm not trying to pick fights with certain subgroups, but Billy Porter represents a small subset of black men, very tiny. Why would such an individual have so much input on the portrayal of black men?
Yeah, somebody who's statistically rare, but I mean that's the intersectionality thing. It's going to be emerging. I'm predicting a merging of gay issues and black issues because it's gay black man. So, his issues are our issues. That's kind of how that will be warped into the same thing to some degree.
Another part of that I find quite suspicious is that you take certain groups like Black Girls Rock, Black Girls Code.
Man, did you see my notes, man? You just you just hitting everything.
No, I'm just just thinking out loud, but a lot of those groups, and there's a large segment of them, the National Council of Black Women, and the list goes on and on. Probably 20 or 30 different groups, but all of them are all Black female led.
Mm-hmm.
There aren't Black men involved in the messaging of those groups because they say that their place in society is unique and it needs to be the spokespeople for their for their issues need to be Black women. Okay. Well, should not the same standard be in place for Black men? But to me, it seems as though it continues to fall underneath that that situation that occurred with Ice Cube, where he would say Black people, but then Black women will jump in and say, "Well, I don't see anything in there for us." But when it involves Black men, it's it's just Black people.
But here's the thing: the petition that I was going to read, that I'm still going to read, it literally says that this documentary ignores Black women. That's
wow. I haven't even read the petition, but that is quite similar to what happened with the My Brother's Keeper program.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember that, but when Obama rolled that out, you had feminists like Kimberly Crenshaw, Alice Walker, and others who led this campaign to write letters to the White House, and also all of the corporate interest who were going to fund the My Brother's Keeper program. They wrote letters to them as well, stating, "Hey, what are y'all doing? This doesn't involve Black women and Black girls. It's the same play."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, their argument is to make a documentary that puts Black men in a positive light and or challenges a lot of the negative narratives and a lot of the negative press in media about Black men. That to do that is to ignore the to ignore the pain, hurt, or violence or whatever that's inflicted on Black women by Black men. Showing Black men in a better light enables I think femicide, that's female homicide or homicide against females. I think I got it right. Yeah, so the documentary, and that's why they're canceling it, because it enables females getting abused and or, I'm trying to be friendly to the to the algorithm, delete. Okay, well, murdered. I'll go ahead and say it. Whatever. YouTube is crazy. You say a certain word and they throw off your whole But it enables them. It's going to increase the chances of them being murdered by Black men being depicted in a positive light. Even though, like you mentioned, there's Black Girls Rock, there's Black Girl Magic, there's all that stuff. Black men never protested any of that. Now, we have made fun of many content. There are people that made some jokes about it. I saw a video of, I forgot what this chick was doing. She did something, it was awful, but it was amazing. I couldn't believe that she actually pulled that off. I didn't know you could I didn't know that you could throw that much. I didn't know that you could jump over a counter at a restaurant and knock that much stuff down in like 5 seconds. and then somebody put Black Girl Magic on the screen. So they, Black Girl Magic has caught some jokes, but never a petition against it, because reality is Black girls rock, Black girls magic, Black girls code, Black girls it's all that. That's their way of challenging or going against the narratives that's out there against, cause I mean, it's their job and their responsibility to put a different image out there than those 10 on 10 battle titties out we flying battle royals that we see on the internet that you play on your channel sometimes. It's nothing wrong with them putting out a better image. They can't exactly stop those incidents from happening. They can't stop people from pushing the share button when the battle royal happens. That image is going to be out there, but you know what? They can present another positive image. I will never begrudge anybody for that. That's good. They can they can present it and promote it. But when somebody else is trying to present and promote a quality image I don't even think it's presenting a quality image, but I haven't seen it yet. But that's at least their attempt to present a better image of Black men, and they're like, no. Your image must stay dirty. We can't have this out on the airwaves. And I'm like, oh,
it is a bad look, especially considering if you were to take a look at the I think it's on there. If you go to like the Black Girls Rock website, you'll notice that they primarily feature that a lot of the sponsors for some of their programs have been very famous and rich Black men. I mean, you had Jordan and what's that? Sean Combs and others. Just you keep going down the line, they'll show you. However, when it comes to Black men, if women start to jump behind the positive portrayal image of Black men, then you get all this craziness. So it just shows you the double standard. And may I add, because I have to get a little cooning in, this increasing and open divide between Black men and Black women. Yeah. I mean, when you get to the point of where even if a group of Black women attempted to put forth a different narrative about the image of Black men, the sisterhood comes out and attacks even them. So it doesn't matter if you have the Manosphere saying it, or if you have the OWN network / Disney, Discovery Plus trying to put something together for it. It doesn't matter.
Right.
The sisterhood will not be satisfied. They want a negative image of Black men to be the main messaging in the world.
Yeah. And in all fairness, the chick who started the petition, I don't know how long she's been doing what she's doing, but she's one of the divestment channels. She's one of those. But I think she got some popularity going. I think she make good pre-recorded, well edited video. I didn't spend that much time. I've seen it in glimpse. I didn't spend that much time on her, because her doing that wasn't the. I'm trying to say here. Who she is, it matters, but it doesn't matter. And analyzing her channel and all of that, and calling her out for this and that, or blah blah blah. I don't know, but the fact of the matter is, she is in that movement, that weird movement of women who they're saying they're divesting from Black men, but as very little evidence that divesting to who, to where they going. I mean, it's really, it's a weird thing where it's, it's I can't even explain it. I can't adequately explain it. It's more than likely I'm leaving it. I don't even want to spend that much time on her or them.
Yeah, yeah, and I totally get it, but there's a small interesting nugget in that I'll just say in passing. Sometimes I hear comments where people will say those types of groups are similar to the groups that are on the male side of things, and
Hmm.
yet this is yet another example of how they're not, because I don't think if you can find an analog for a male group that have done something similar to this type of things, or or even
Right.
have gone out and stated stuff about doing harm to certain genders of children and all of that. So it's like it never goes to those degrees. So I just as a small nugget, I don't think that they are similar.
Okay. I mean, yeah, no, I'm with you on that. There's some similarities. There's some similarities, but then there's areas where they go that y'all don't go. Especially people that I talk to, like yourself, like Pablo. Y'all ain't with that nonsense. They on some whole other stuff. Like the closest thing they had, the person who's kind of been ran out of their whole movement, the person who's in many ways one of the founder of their movement. She's pretty much had to abandon her own ship, so to speak, because it's going to a place where y'all can't go. But I do see y'all all the time and quite often disavowing the problematic elements within y'all camp, or as Pablo called them, the people that are screaming from the cheap seats that aren't even really doing what y'all are doing, not really living the life. They, you know, probably don't got a passport. They probably they not in an active relationship, or they just some random reckless dude who just doing whatever, but just on the internet making noise. They're not exactly a part of it. And I talked to you, you're a family man. I talked to Pablo. Pablo is married, and I talked to y'all. It's a whole different thing going on versus what we see from some of the others. So that's that.
Yeah. And I didn't want to make that a part of your show, but going back to your subject where you said that the
Yeah.
sisterhood made this petition, again, my main um, criticism or point that I don't know, I would like to hear what people have to say about it, but it seems to me that whether it's the sisterhood that made the petition and all the people that support that, or it's the people like Tina Knowles and how they want to present the messaging for black men. Either one
Hmm.
that you go with, they still want to control the messaging of who black men really are, instead of just giving the keys to black men and saying, no, you guys need to present this because we are women. We do not know all of the ins and outs of your lives. We do not, this is outside of our purview. Here you go.
Yeah. Yeah. That's accurate. That's accurate. One thing that I want to do for those of you that don't know, who haven't heard a lot on this, I do want to play real quick where is it? Oh shoot, hold on, time out,
Yeah.
hold up.
Why
It's
you
a
doing that? Why you doing that? I think, and I have to give a little hat tip to Edward Anderson. I
uh,
think this would lead to again a show of his viewpoint of that the community is a gynocracy, because they want control of the messaging of black men. It's like you can never get out of the son position. Big Mama wants control, and it's not going to pass the mic over to say, "Here, black men, you need to have your say."
mhm. Yeah, yeah. That's an aspect of it. That's a problem I see with it out the gate. But like I said earlier, there are black men that are doing it, but I hate to criticize somebody that's doing something. So that's why I'm fumbling over my words, because I don't want to criticize somebody who's doing something. I mean, if I was in position, I mean, I could I would be able to, I would make a really low budget documentary if I made a documentary. Now I can make a high budget video podcast, but a low budget documentary. So I'm gonna stick to a higher budget video podcast.
Oh, okay. Well, let me put it this way
But the
before you
people, the
play it.
people, the people who got the money to make, high quality documentaries, if they're doing something, I don't want to critique it. Just because I can critique it, but I don't want to beat up on it because it's not exactly what I would do. There's a
Okay.
lot of. Go ahead.
If I could if I could put it in a different way,
Okay.
it would be like this, Bernard. Say, because you've dealt with the situation with child support and that whole realm of
Well, no, the
issue.
custody battle. It
Oh,
was my.
custody
Yeah, I
battle. I'm
mean,
sorry.
child support was involved, but when you put it like that, that make it seem like my issue was that I had to pay. No,
No,
my
no,
issue
yeah.
was
I'm,
my
I'm, I'm
issue was
sorry.
the custody situation. I
And,
like
and,
to
and
clear that up. Yeah.
and that's actually proves exactly what I was just about to try to go into. It would be like a woman coming in and trying to take the message that you have stated, the message that Mr. Palmer have stated, and then they're at the forefront to try to make the argument for you guys and say they did the same mistake that I just said and said, oh yeah, well, this issue is about child support and such and such. And it's like, yeah, I know you made a documentary and it's big money and all that, but this is not what I'm talking about. You're painting it in such a way to where it's like you're saying black men have an issue with child support. And no, that's not the issue. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think this is a similar type of situation where you can't have a Tina Knowles Lawson to put this together because she is going to paint it in such a way that doesn't truly represent what black men are really about.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Even though she did say the inspiration of it was Jay-Z, when somebody said that something like, your son-in-law is a gangster. Why did you let your daughter marry him, or something like that? And she's like, no, my son-in-law is a CEO. And then that's what inspired her to make the documentary. So I just wanted to just wanted to throw that out. Actually, no, the video I'm about to play, she's about to tell that story. So, but Wizard X in the building with the follow super chat. He says, "Isn't Black radical feminism embedded into Black American culture? Why deal with these sects of the community? They made their bids." Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. There, I said it in the building. He says, "Good Black woman, good Black woman / bad Black men narrative ensures larger society, creates laws, government set asides, etc., to assist women with dysfunctional men. Hashtag Goldman Sachs." I understand what you're doing right there, and some people actually take that route with Black men, where they want Black men to be depicted as this downtrodden, oppressed victim, and then give Black men this type of philanthropy, either philanthropy or government assistance or handouts or this or that, or I don't even want to say government handouts. It'll never just be government handouts, but just special benefit in terms of grants, or business, or some type of infrastructure bill specific for Black men. Some people think the highlighting the oppression is what's going to get that, but it just seems like it's just more perpetual depicting of as weak, in my opinion. But
Yeah. I would say just take notice of the type of men that are featured in the thing that you're about to play.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. Did you click? Did you? Hey, you sent the same super chat twice. I appreciate it. I don't know if that was by accident, but I do appreciate it. That happens. That happens. You need me to cash app you $5 back? I will. Let me know. But I think you sent the second one by accident. But thank you for both of the super chats. But all right.
A new docuseries by Tina Knowles highlights the impact of harmful stereotypes on Black men. She is an executive producer of the series, and oh, yeah, she's also the mother of two powerhouse daughters. That would be Beyonce and Solange.
Could you
Profile
pause
the
right
Black
there?
man used.
Yes.
Isn't that Gayle King, right?
I believe so.
Isn't that the same woman that trashed Kobe after he died?
Yes.
Okay. Continue.
I think this goes back to your message where you said, I wonder if the Manosphere message is getting to them. And then now they're thinking that they could, now let's do something to show that we are concerned or that we do care or do we do acknowledge that there's a problem and that we're not just out for the the benefit of Black women, separate and apart from Black men. Let's just show that we care about Black men. I think that aspect of it is something that that could be going on here.
Uses real life stories to explore the history of stereotypes. It highlights the challenges that Black men face because of them. It also shines a light on people who are dedicating their lives to changing that narrative. The first episode dismantles the damaging idea that Black men are dangerous. Tina Knowles talks about the role that the media plays on that and how Black men are portrayed. So in this clip, she describes a very personal experience involving questions about her son-in-law.
Hold on real quick before we get into that. Now, this is one I'm divided on because, we can look at crime stats, and there are people that have argued that, people commit crimes at roughly the same rates, but they don't commit the same crimes at the same rates. And this is a tough one. Black men do murder. It's still a small percentage that do it, but then they still do it at a higher rate than everybody else. Murders and muggings and stabbings and that kind of thing. So is the argument that these things are happening, but we don't, it need not be shown in the media? Is that is that the argument, or are they going to argue that it's not happening, but there's stats that show that these things are happening, albeit it's happening with a minority? It's a minority of us that do that. So it's that's where I get lost with some of these documentaries. It's like, what are they saying? Is the argument that you're going to prove statistically that it's not happening, or you're going to show that, or you're going to ignore that it's happening and then say just don't cover it? Like that is a tough and tricky part with these type of things. When we try to be completely 100%, honest, that is legitimately the tough part. Now, I don't agree with the petition. You don't sign a petition against somebody who's, if there's some, because like I said, an attempt to improve the image, it helps all of us in some way. You may think it helps you less, but reality is it helps all of us in some way if there's an attempt to change the image. But then there's the factor of so that's why I can't wait to see what are they saying. What are they going to be saying in the documentary? But what's your thoughts on what I said right there? Because it's a trick bag. It's a trick bag. I'm not gonna lie when it comes to a documentary no, all Black men aren't dangerous. The majority of Black men aren't dangerous. That's clear. That's clear. But it is something to talk about here, in terms of, crime in certain neighborhoods. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think Yeah, it's a tough situation if you're not discerning. I mean, if you're not wanting to side with people who um, co-sign violence in a particular type of lifestyle. I think again, when you look at the type of people who are featured in the documentary, at least in the promo of the documentary, I think it's telling that you don't see people like a Glenn Lowry of that note.
There you go.
You know, I mean, you can't say this guy has no input on what it is to live the lifestyle of a black man from that came from difficulty. It's like, no, he grew up in Chicago in the thicket of it all, but you don't want to talk to that type of individual because he doesn't exemplify what you really want to put in the messaging of the black male narrative. Um, for all what it's worth, you could go and seek out scholars. Why not talk to like a Tia
I
Johnson
was just about to say his name.
or a Tommy Curry? I mean, they literally teach on the subject matter, but you do not want to involve those people. I think it's telling that Miss Knowles, she stated that all of this spurred from pretty much what I would think the protection of the image of her daughter. I don't think it had really had anything to do with Jay-Z. I think it had more to do with, no, let me stand up for my daughter. She picked a good guy.
That's an interesting take on that. Preem hashtag HP8M in the building. He says, are they possibly trying to hijack, corporatize the Black Manosphere ideology? No, because what's going to be said here is not going to be along those lines. I don't think they're saying nothing in here that really lines up with the Manosphere. They're going to be on some very adjacent to maybe some of the things that Dr. Tia Johnson talks about. Maybe, but we gotta wait till it come out and actually watch it. So we'll see how that goes. But no, I don't think they're going to be hijacking it. I think my prediction is it will be more of the same. But he says hijack the ideology or movement like BLM did to pro-Black Afrocentric movement. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that.
I don't know.
She describes a very personal experience involving questions about her son-in-law. We all know him as Jay-Z.
I can remember getting on a plane and an older white woman saying, "Oh, your son is a gangster rapper, right? How did you let him marry your daughter?" And it was just shocking to me. And I said, "No, actually, my son is a CEO." She didn't think of him as a CEO or even a talented celebrity that, was a great businessman. And at that time, I remember thinking, I can't be mad at her because that is what the media portrays.
All right. When she says I can't be mad at her, well, okay, let me back up and make this point very clear. I do think it's obviously wrong that if somebody like Jay-Z, who's he's either 50 or pushing 50, and he's famous for a lot more than pushing weight back in '88 or whatever the line said, and whatever he said in the song. He's he's famous for a lot more than that at this point. So yeah, it is goofy to just say he's a gangster. No, he's a billionaire. He's a successful businessman, CEO, billionaire. That's what he is. So with that being said, when she gets to the point where she says, well, she can't get mad because that's how the media portrays it, and I say, no, wait a minute, that's how Jay-Z portrays it.
That was out. That's what I was saying.
that's that's where, again, I don't want to criticize people who are putting in the work. They got the money, they got the backing, they producing the documentary, but rappers portray that image. And even those who have gotten big to the point to where they make their own money, control their own destiny, can do what they want, how they want, when they want it, people like to pretend like there's evil white overlords that control them and tell them what to do. But no, can't nobody tell Jay-Z what to do. It's just flat out. Nobody can tell that man what to do. Nobody can tell him what artist to sign, what artist to promote, what artist to put his own money behind. Nobody can stop him from putting out whatever he wants to put out. And the image they put out is a thug gangster image. So no matter how you slice it, no matter how you smack it up, flip it, or rub it down, they do promote that image. Now, I do have the ability to look at them and yeah, they promoting that image. They're promoting the culture, gangster culture. They're glorifying a lot of the bad things about the ghetto. They do. But I still have the ability to look at them as businessmen and CEOs that's selling a product, but the product that they sell is is the to oversimplify it to some degree, but the glorification of the culture and rhyme, and they talk about it and rhyme it to beats and put it out there, and that's the image that they sell. They still businessmen and CEOs, very successful, but I don't think you can just say the media. I mean, when it's actual, that's what rappers put out there. That's what sells. That's how they make their money. That's what they do.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see. I, I don't see messaging from those type that attempt to do some type of separating themselves from the street narrative. I could be wrong, but yeah, I just don't see that. And also, I don't see greater media in general just every other month or something putting out some message about the street rapper Jay-Z. I don't see that. It's like I think that's a cop out to say that.
Hold on, wait. Fox News. Fox News did say, this was a while ago. They were talking about Jay-Z, and they they just like at the bottom of the screen where it says somebody's description, it said former crack dealer Jay-Z. I was like, come on. I was like, did the internet Photoshop this one? Did they really do that? I was like, please tell me the internet is trolling us. But
oh, go ahead. I see Paul Game made the thing, but I was going to check somebody else's message that came up. That's interesting, I think.
Well, we'll just hang on to that one. But Paul Game in the middle with the $5 super chat. He says, I think they're trying to drown out the Black Manosphere message with this attempt to soften the image of the black men they choose. I don't know. I think that's a reach. I can't do it. I'm not going with that one. I hear ya. But I ain't going with that one. But go ahead. Whose image were you highlighting? Were you looking at?
Well, there was a message from, I guess it's some person named Man Time, and
was it before or after that super chat? It probably must have been after.
I think it's afterwards, but he says y'all so negative. This is a good look, no matter how you spin it. And I understand what he is trying to convey. Nonetheless, I'm not getting how you can say that it's good no matter what. That's almost like one saying, just trust Big Mama.
Ooh.
She always got your best interest in hand. It's a black woman up there. She represent us. And it's like, no, these are the same groups of people who, again, the lady on the left side of the screen had no problem getting on national TV and talking about a case that was dismissed with Kobe Bryant less than 24 hours after he died, and bringing it up, even though it happened like 16 or 17 years prior. What are you talking about? So it's like comments like that, and the mentality like that is part, in my opinion, is part of the problem of this eternal trust of putting your image in the hands of people who have done just off-putting things. The lady to the right dissed her husband on live air. It's like, what are you talking about? So that idea of
And
like,
now she
oh
got
man,
Billy, and now she got Billy Porter. Not you making this documentary, we got Billy Porter speaking for black men in the documentary about the
yes,
negative portrayals of black men. So you can't knock our skepticism, but I've been treading very carefully on this, saying that if they're doing something to put out a positive image for black men, I haven't seen it. If it is a positive image, the net positive the net positive may be better than the total net negative, but it's certain writings on the wall that we can see here. Like, I mean, it's certain writings on the wall that we just not going to ignore it.
and here's the other side of that. Here's the other side of it. And this is my challenge to those of the man time type.
Mm-hmm.
Would they still have that type of, and I hate to use the colloquial terms, but I'll just use it, that type of energy if that was two white women that had produced this? Would they would the message still be, well, I mean, it's a good message? I don't think so. I think it would be, oh no, you can't let those people control your narrative and blah blah blah. But as long as it's black women, you're gonna have some men that are, hey man, we just gotta roll with it, and you know they trying to do their best, and that's our sisters, and it's like, come on, come on, come on.
All right, Jackie Jack in the building says, let's be honest, they want to take the heat off black women, so they are throwing black men a bone. Woo! Like, stopping talking about black women. We're trying to make you look good now.
Yep.
That's one that I could more so go with. That when you threw in the whoever, I forgot who that was that threw in, they trying to lighten up or brighten up the image of who they choose. I was like, nah, that's a reach. But that one right there by Jackie Jack, it's no I don't see a reach there. That one I can go with. I can see a bone being thrown there. Hold your thought, SK. I know you're trying to hop back in. But Charles Merchant in the building says, how do you not see that the sisterhood is trying to change the definition of a black male to a limp-wristed, cross-dressing liberal male, thinking black men will be defined as right-wing sympathizers? Yeah, in that way, it does go against what a lot of us, not all of us, but what a lot of us are trying to do here. We are trying to separate that hardcore, you know, mindless vote for the Democratic Party. We are trying to get away from that. We are a lot more conservative over here, not just saying vote Republican, not just saying that, but just saying that, putting all our eggs in that basket over there is a bad idea. So over here around these parts, yeah, black men do think differently, and so yeah, it's a different direction going on over here. But I know that documentaries like this, they always push back in that other direction. It's going to be very liberal without saying liberal. And they might, it may be no mention of politics, but it's going to identify the enemy as more than likely the Republican boogeyman. I do predict that. Shout out to Houdini says, didn't Green Gorilla attempt to make a documentary? Did brothers not fund it? I'm just now hearing about this documentary, to keep it real with you. I don't think you can complain if you're not funding it. I always support people's projects. I don't care who it is. If anybody in this space at all, if they write a book, if they produce something, if they make something, I tend to buy it. I just found out Tommy Sotomayor wrote a book, ironically called "Fuck Them Kids." He made a documentary called "Fatherless America," where it sounds like he was talking about the problem and it's a serious problem. We need to do something about it. But he must have been in a completely different mood when he wrote that book. Cause now he like, man, fuck them kids. I don't care. But either way, yeah, I do plan on purchasing that. Angry Man talking about he's writing a book. I heard him mention that the other day. I'm gonna be purchasing that. Obviously purchased Obsidian's book. I think Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews just put out something. I'm gonna purchase that. I think it cost a whole hell of a lot though. But but shit, I bought Game Kings. Yeah, I know. I supported it. It was a well done documentary that they selling for like $99. I went on and dropped it. So anybody in this space or in this space adjacent, I will. They put out a product, I will buy it. So that's how I roll. So no, I definitely do support. So I mean, that is a fair statement that you're making right there. That is a fair statement that you're making right there. But Houdini says, let's be honest, we don't fund things like this. I've said this before. I think it's more along the lines of right now we're at the early stages of galvanizing the troops, so to speak. Changing a lot of the hearts and minds of people, because right now what it will essentially take is there's a percentage of men who are in the film industry that put out documentaries who make, who they don't have the same ideology as us. It's about converting people over to a certain way of thinking, but those of us that are at the grassroots, yes, if there's a grassroots effort, somebody's trying to, throw together a documentary on a shoestring budget just to get it out there, yes, we should support it. But I think where it gets really big and when it will turn into something where we've shout out to Steven Crowder, we've changed enough minds to the point to where there's enough brothers who have a similar ideology. Eventually there's going to be one, two, or a few that are in the film industry with the similar ideology, and then when they put out documentaries, it's going to reflect that ideology. So right now we're so at the grassroots with it that I'm not saying it's not possible to be the grassroots effort that make a small project become a big project and get into the hands of for lack of a better way to describe it, bigger people or bigger media outlets. It's possible, but is if we have you're coming from a standpoint of a collection plate mentality, can we pass around the collection plate and make this person's project become successful? Yes, that's possible, but I think it's bigger than that. I think it's bigger than that. You were trying to say something before I got deeper into those super chats.
Oh no, just let it flow. I got got lost in translation. So yeah, just keep keep going.
You was trying to say something. My bad. I got my ramble on.
No, that it's cool. I want to see what else these two had to say about this series.
Tina Knowles Lawson is the executive producer of the series and the co-founder and artistic director of the Waco Theater. She's with us first on CBS Mornings. Tina, my mouth fell open when you gave that example because I'm thinking, and then you followed up by saying, I'm not even mad at her. How are you not mad? And it's good to see you, Tina. It's good to see you. How are you not mad?
Long time. Just because I thought, I sat there and I thought about how the media portrays Black men and how that is typical of the things that they would focus on, the negatives, and try to portray us as these dangerous, our men as dangerous, uneducated, gangster rapper. That's all she could come up with. But that's what she, that's what she had been seeing on TV and all in the media. That's how we're portrayed, unfortunately.
Yeah. So you're saying we can't really blame her. I have to tell you,
And it goes back to what I said before. This is I'm gonna leave this part of it alone. When you say they try to depict black men as uneducated or this or that, but we can look at, yes, black boys are being undereducated. Like like that's my problem with some of these things. Like some of these things are actual problems, but it looks like they're going the route of it's a problem that is being said out loud, you know.
Well,
And I got the same approach when it comes to black women and the issues with black women. They're saying that it's a problem that we're saying a lot of the things. But my question is it true or is it false? Not is it so horrible that it's being said? But all right, go ahead.
yeah, but I was thinking too that okay, the way that she's saying this is she's saying media in like a
Get out
an
of the game changer.
almost like in a
Hey,
catch-all sense
this
that,
link is for Game Changer if Game Changer want to come up.
okay.
All right, go ahead.
It-
Go ahead.
yeah, it's saying media like it only refers to white people. I mean, the
There you go.
black media put particularly at the hands of black women, put out to not only the world or to the U.S. but also to the world that they were the most educated class in America. You had those type of articles being uh, pushed in the UK, in Australia, in Japan. I mean, so what are you talking about so far as it's the media's fault? Well, part of the media happens to be black women.
I'm so glad I brought you up. I'm so glad I brought you up. That hit the nail on the head. That's really what I was fishing for when I was saying what I was saying. You took me right where I needed to go, because I was missing that part. You're talking about a media portrayal of black men as if black women are not producing media that portrays black men a certain way. Like, yeah, that's pretty much it right there. That's pretty much it right there. F Holiday in the building. She said, after this recording, Gail went home mentally troubled, deeply concerned of what black men go through. Rejoice for her peace has been restored. Get out of there. Peace God says, Bernard, it's not that it's not a problem. It's that black men are painted like devils, bro. Like, yeah, we get that part, but so I'm going to throw this to SKC, because you've covered and broke down the full history of it. Would you say that the media produced by black women or the media produced by white people have depicted, which one has depicted black men worse?
A worse, I have to sit and think about it, but instead of just putting out a knee-jerk reaction. But I would have to state like off rip that a lot of the positions that these two are complaining about or having this conversation about, look at the media representation of what black women have put out there. It was black women who produced the show Power. that was the writer was a black woman.
I didn't see Power. What was wrong with Power?
Well, I haven't
Ghost,
seen it
all
either.
the clips I've seen, Ghost looked like he was large and in charge, running. He looked like
he
looked like a strong black man.
Yeah, but from what I've been told and what the things that I've read, that he is how did Zero put it? A boardroom Pookie.
Yeah.
So yeah, that type of
he was a wet dream, a Pookie who could move in the corporate world, in the streets, and the whole. He was a Pookie that went legit, but still walk, talk, and act like a Pookie, but was super legit. And yeah, so yeah, he was a wet dream.
Right of God. Look it up. See who wrote it. See who wrote that show.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Yeah. I thought Fitty. Well, being a producer.
No, he produced it. Yeah.
Yeah, that just means you put money behind it. That now, it varies in media. The executive producer has very little creative control. No, he has no creative control. The producer probably got some creative control, but the writers and the directors are the producers basically fund it.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes producers just put their name on it because their name will help it sell. Like the movie Precious was made and done and was completely done and over with, and before Tyler Perry and Oprah even knew that it existed, but they put their name on it as executive producers just for namesake, just
Right.
because they supported the project, and they probably got some money on it. So
And that
yeah,
and
there's that.
and that's what I was talking about. Abdullah Courtney Kemp wrote that series. And that's a black woman. You go over to that show again. These are things I haven't already watched, but I've heard all the stuff about. Yeah, Empire.
Oh yeah.
That again, the person that's at the forefront of that is that guy Lee Daniels. That's Billy Porter Sr.
Oh
So
yeah.
I mean, yeah. So again, the people who are putting out these images of black men, a lot of them are black people. What are you talking about, Tina Knowles?
No, I
Yeah.
mean, so something was created. Something was created, and I talk about this in the video. Did America pump and dump real niggas? And that is this image of masculinity. It's gotten a lot of guys laid. It's gotten a lot of guys paid. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So and society's gotten used to it. 50 Cent made a mint. 50 Cent was really like the last that I know of that made a lot of money off that image through music. He was like the last of that era, and then things started moving towards Usher and other types of genres of music. I don't listen to modern music, but as far as I know, he was the last of that. So now he wants to bring it back, but he understands that the old image, the old Boys in the Hood, Nino Brown, shoot up the street and stuff like that, that's not going to fly. So he created this new image, the new Pookie mixed with Educated Lame type deal, and that's what Ghost is. Now he also did the follow-up called Power Book 2 or Ghost, and which featured his son.
Okay.
And his son is an Ivy League educating, Pookie who also sells drugs and use that, and he makes like $500,000 a month, which is ridiculous, Yeah, so it's just a rebranding, It was like now they're Ivy League educating type dude. It's in order to bring that stereotype back and bring some bad boy appeal to I guess educated lames, and to bring some lame intelligence to the bad boy image.
Interesting. Let me get to. Oh yeah, well, no, I had Jackie Jack's comment up there. That's true that Ghost wasn't completely legit, but that's part of the appeal too. That's part of the appeal. It can't be completely legit, but all right. I think I read F Holiday. Shout out to Sodomy and Chicken. Yeah, he's right in line with me, and SKC was talking about how they control the media image. They put the image out there. I think black people produce more content about black people than what white people do. There is the image on the on the 6 o'clock news. That's one thing, but either way it go, the image. I think our image is controlled by us by and large. That's where I'm at with it, and by us, I'm putting in all black people there. But
Well,
go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, but not the creative portion is definitely has always been controlled by the white people, but there is a portion called product placement that.
What do you mean by the creative? What do you mean by the creative portion?
I meant to say black people. The creative portion was always funded by black people, but there's always been like a product placement aspect to it, to where they try to sell you stuff by embedding, if you look at the scene from Menace to Society, it starts off with Trey and O-Dog, buying a bottle of Old E, so, that's Old English 800 paying black people to say, this is the liquor that we buy, And then there's of course the clothes that they wear and the rims and stuff like that was also displayed in the movie. So these are things that greater society is instilling into the culture as far as purchasing it. So they say, okay, I'll give you this money to help you make this movie, but you have to put these products in it. That aspect of it is gone, and now Black people are making money off of it directly. But when you think about it, like power is like the only thing that's doing that now that I know of.
Well, I see what you're saying, but okay, that was no, that wasn't John Singleton. That was I forgot, it was two brothers. I forgot their names that made Menace to Society.
No, that's what I mean. The creative portion.
I know, but no, but what I'm saying is, oh well, yeah, you're saying the creative portion, it was in control. Like that was a Black man who put out that movie, and I've said this about Menace to Society. It got lumped in with Boys in the Hood, but it wasn't like Boys in the Hood. It was more rhyme and reason with Boys in the Hood. Menace to Society, in my perspective, it was just a bunch of niggas running around doing nigga shit. Boys in the Hood, Boys in the Hood had a much better ring and feel with the dynamic of Trey and his dad, and how the mom gave the son to the dad, and the dad raised him. And you saw how he turned out. You saw how Ricky and Ricky and Doughboy in the same house with the same mama. They had different daddies, but the mama believed. She at least believed in, and she believed in Ricky and encouraged him. And you saw how he turned out. But you told Doughboy he wouldn't shit all day when he was a kid, and his daddy wouldn't shit, and you ain't shit. And so you saw how Doughboy turned out, and you saw where you got to see them as kids, how they was raised, the family structure, and how they were treated, and how their lives went. It was like that was perfect. Menace to Society was just they
Well, yeah. I mean, I didn't use Boys in the Hood as an example for that reason. I agree.
But Menace to Society. So that's a prime example. That's a prime example how we were in control of that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I didn't use it as an example because I don't know a scene where they were placing products to people.
Right.
Like
I don't think it was no product placement. Yeah, that's true.
Like Menace to Society it was kind of obvious. Like they all had the 5.0 Mustang, like with the rims on it and stuff like that. Like they were deliberately placing products in there.
Yeah. So okay. So that's the I think what you're saying is that's where white people have a play in it, where they're like, hey, we want to sell this product, we want to sell that product. We don't care what you do, how you do it, just make it look cool when our products are out there. So, but again, the people, the Black people who directed the movie, still could have told a different story a different way, and still had the product placement. That's. But I do see we can see how big corporate white executives had a hand in some aspects of it. I do get where you're going with that.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying now it's running off of its own steam, at least in the case of Power, to where they don't need that as much. It seems to be sustaining by its own creativity, and it's funded by people who were funded by these products in the past, like 50 Cent.
Right. Dara said, he says, another theory with the rise of the Black Manosphere stats/facts, the bad Black men narrative is crumbling. Gail and other Black feminists are damage controlling. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's what I kind of lean towards, that understanding as well. I think they, because these people are business people, and they understand when the tides are changing. When you have more people looking at YouTube than a lot of mainstream media outlets, and when the two are beginning to merge to the point of where a lot of mainstream media has to begin to reference things that are happening on YouTube. You see, people have seen this in, I would say, so far as like take the nerd sector. You have people like Nerdrotic and Midnight's Edge and all those people, to where they ratioed Amazon's Lord of the Ring promo to where Amazon had to remove it from from YouTube. That's power. So,
Wait, what did they do and how did they do it?
well, okay, so just really quickly, there's Amazon created a new Lord of the Rings series that it does not hold to canon, and those fans on YouTube, they got together, they trashed the series, they wrote and created all sorts of videos about it, and proved that a lot of the things that were happening in that promo were not to canon, that fans did not want that. And now on YouTube, Amazon had a promo out for the new series, and they tried to promote the series, saying that they had some super fans of their own who were appreciative of the work that Amazon was doing. And I guess as it's called, the fandom menace, pretty much proved that those people were not fans, knew nothing of the canon, and it got to the point to where Amazon had to pull those videos down.
Cool. I like that.
So in a way, I think these people know who some of the people on YouTube are and how many views they're getting and what is the coming narrative that a lot of people in social media are talking about. They can't ignore those things. So I think it's in some ways their way to try to push their muscle, get ahead of the narrative, and try to in some ways push, hey, no, we're for you, black men. We're on your side. Let us try to help, while at the same time pushing the type of black male image that they have always wanted to put out to the world.
No, good stuff. Okay, we know when the Gillette commercial happened, men basically shut that down. We do know that a lot of us online making videos about it had a lot to do why Black Lives Matter had to take the lines off of their website. They had to take whole paragraphs off their website about they're here to dismantle the, what did they say? The
patriarchy.
Well, no, not because patriarchy is vague. They were
or the
specific.
gender or the gender
something traditional family structure or something, right. Like I forgot what it was. It was basically, yeah, we're here to dismantle the traditional family or something like that. It was weird. It was weird because they just say, because you know, people who say patriarchy and just throw that out there, they mean everything. Like global warming got blamed on. They blamed patriarchy for global warming. Like I literally heard, I did some content on that where they blamed anything you can name. Patriarchy was the reason for it. But so there are instances where we have spoken up and we've made things happen. Traditional nuclear family structure. Those were the exact words. Thank you. He says tradition. Yeah, they're here to dismantle or tear apart the traditional nuclear family structure. That was literally on their website. So there are times we've made people either change their shot or pull an advertisement down that they were trying to run with. There's a few more instances where something similar happened. So that is a thing.
Well, I'll add in this as well. Even in so far in the video that you've played about the promo of this series, you still see vibes of that BLM messaging, which again was headed by 3 black women about what is going on with black men. It's the same thing. And I think it's kind of odd that they would even want to portray those messages even now in the midst of BLM being in the middle of a scandal with what, $60 million being missing that they can't account for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He said, did we stop Disney and the stepdaddy BS? No, I think I don't know if they produced that short or not. I got Disney Plus. I haven't seen it on there. I don't know if they actually I don't know if they actually made. Well, no, Christmas came and went. So if they made it, it should be out. So I don't know. I gotta check into that, because it was supposed to be like a Christmas themed short that they were doing. But I don't know. But all right, let's roll back into more of this.
We were only allowed to see one part of the series, and I was so bummed, Tina, because by the time I watched the first one, I wanted to watch the other three. It made me angry. It made me sad. Oddly enough, I also found it uplifting. And I'm wondering, I've heard you say that you wanted this to be a love letter to Black men. So your goal here is what exactly?
Absolutely, to debunk those stereotypes that
hold
our
on real
men
quick. I
are
was
dangerous. You
distracted.
know,
Now that says a lot of the speculations that people been having. SKC, your whole little theory on it. What's your thoughts on that? They want it to be a love letter to Black men. Hello?
Yes, SKC, hear me.
Well, you can go. SKC is muted, so you can go ahead and go. He probably stepped away. What's your thoughts?
I mean, yeah, I'd like to see it. When she says that, I like to see it. Maybe she's on some pick-me-ish. Who knows? But yeah, I'm curious.
No. Do you know what this documentary is even about?
No. I don't know nothing.
Okay, yeah, the documentary is.
Oh, she got a damn hyphenated name. Never mind.
Yeah. It's called Profiled. The documentary is called Profiled: The Black Man. In an attempt to counter the media's, they're attempting to counter the media's negative portrayals of Black men. That's what they're attempting to counter. That's essentially what the documentary is set out to do. I got a whole article because right now I don't want to just read it. Hold on. Give me a second. Damn it, I'm not gonna be able to find it. I'll pull that up. We'll get through this video and then I'll pull up the documentary with the press release so they can get them in their own words, explaining the documentary.
Yeah, that's fine.
If how many times has a Black man walked into an elevator and someone clutches their purse, or they walk by a car and the doors are locked, and they could be a judge, they have no idea, but because it's a Black man, especially if they're of some stature, that they're dangerous. And so if we can kind of get people to understand that that's not so, and to show them examples of otherwise, that we do have good fathers, and we are good providers, and we love our men love their own women as well.
Okay,
it's just all.
All right. So people, here's the thing.
I think that gave you a good feel for what the documentary is about.
Yeah, it did. So here's the thing. I don't mind, nor should you mind, if somebody want to lock their door or grab their purse. Now, know this. It's not going to help. It's not good. Like, oh dang, I was gonna snatch her purse, but she grabbed it. That's not really going to help the situation. Locking the door maybe, but it was really not going to help. I don't really care about stuff like that, and that's because at the end of the day, I am a man, and the amount of damage we can do to a woman is deadly. So why wouldn't you? Race aside, why wouldn't you just do it just because you have somebody that has 50 pounds of muscle on you? Men would do that if I don't know, an orc was walking down the street. So yeah, So it's
hold on, wait, time out. You just reminded me of that movie that's on Netflix called Bright with Will Smith.
And I was thinking that was type of orcs.
Yeah, that movie. It was almost like if Lord of the Rings just kept going and they made it to modern times somehow, and there was a world with humans, orcs, and elves all living together. That was essentially that movie Bright. But the orcs were integrated into society and everything, but they was like they could lift a car up. They was like 5 times stronger than humans, it seemed. And they was
Exactly.
playing sports too. They said something like they make up the entire offensive or defensive line on football teams, or they said, so it was crazy. It was crazy.
Yeah,
That
exactly. If that's walking down the street, you lock your door. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what's going on. I mean, he might be the nicest guy in the world. He might be a judge. I don't care. Nigga kill up the car. So
yeah,
you just leave it at that. Like, okay, it's not a big deal. I don't care about stuff like that. But I
yeah,
think that this is her like appeal to white America to say she just want to say something on the matter and get paid for it. And I don't mind her doing that.
yeah. So the whole love letter to black men, it do look like it's going to be coming from a perspective of, and started this stream more so wanted to get into the article that the Sisterhood is trying to get it canceled, and their reason for getting it canceled. We have our we ain't trying to cancel it, but we do have our criticisms of it, but that's just coming more from we can see the we can see certain things wrong with it, but I do want to get into their reasons why they want to cancel it. So I'm
I
going to
know
get
their
into,
reasons to wanting to cancel it,
yeah,
and
but
it's not what's displayed. Their reasons for wanting to cancel it is because she's light skinned.
no, that's not the
Yes,
reason why.
yes. Don't undermine this. Don't underestimate the power of their insecurity. They want to cancel it because she's light skinned. Period.
Hey,
Basically, the sisterhood wish to cancel light skin. Anytime a light
if
skin, go for it.
if it was a younger light-skinned woman who made this, I would go with you.
It
I don't think a ghostly looking wicked witch of the north looking 70, I don't know how old she is. I know her husband was 70, the one that she castrated. So I think she was 60 at the time. I don't know. She probably mid 60s. I don't think that triggers their light skinned hate complex or whatever they got going on. I don't think that triggers it.
all light skinned women triggered her light skin hate complex.
Even light skinned grandmas.
Yes, even light skinned grandmas.
I
Unless
don't
she was
believe
a dark woman that just got lighter because she's fading into death. Like yeah, they trigger them.
it. All right.
I don't think you understand the depth of it.
I saw a small bit of it on my show yesterday, but I don't know. But shout out to Big Poke Dog in the building. He says I'm putting in for a low budget documentary. Right on. Appreciate it. Mr. Tobert in the building. He says there are a few studies that show bias in hiring straight black men versus gay, as well as studies that show the taller the black man, the more dangerous they appear. And that's the part of it where, even though I'm nitpicking because I could already see some goofiness, what he's saying, this is a love letter to black men, and it's basically just saying that, hey, you're not a criminal, and look, we got Billy Porter representing you, talking to everyone, talking to all the white people that watch the Discovery Channel, who's going to tell everybody that you're not a criminal. It's already some weirdness that I can see going on here, but overall, because of what Mr. Tobert said, that's why I don't have a problem. I don't got a net. I don't got a net problem with it. Meaning it's not the problem with it is not bigger than what I think the overall benefit of a documentary that just tries to depict black men in a better light. It's who's doing it, who's speaking, and what they are saying. And we got our issues with BLM for the reason that I just described earlier. That you can see all of that integrated into it, and so it's just going to be more of the downtrodden victim narrative, angle on
Exactly.
it. So
Exactly. Getting paid
that's
off
why.
the victimization. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, don't even say they're getting paid off the victimization, but it's going to be more of that. That's where I'm at with it. It's going to be more of the same when it comes to all of that, and that's why it will always get a side eye. But overall, I do think I mean, documentaries and media that depict black men in a positive light is something that we shouldn't complain about. I got my issues with the execution. That's all.
Now, I want to, if you go back to the last super chat, please, because I wanted to talk on that.
All right, that was Mr. Tolbert right there.
Yeah, it says black man versus gay, as well as studies that show that the taller the black man, the more dangerous they appear. Well, yeah, they do. Like a taller person, provided that he's in shape, is dangerous. Like, so I mean, you gotta think about it like this. Like, how dangerous is a gay midget? Like, how much damage could they, like, just picture a gay midget just walk around trying to hump my leg. Like, that's not that dangerous. It's not. If you're cellmate,
I find that very dangerous.
yeah, no, but okay, what's more dangerous? Big Terry Crews, who would you rather have as a cellmate? Terry Crews or gay midget? You see? You see where I'm going with this? I had an awful.
That's not an easy answer.
That is an easy answer. Like, what's going to do? You're
okay, all right. Terry Crews might be neutral. Terry Crews might just keep to himself.
But
do his
you're worried. You're worried about what he can do. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're worried about, like, oh crap. Just because he might not have the willingness, he can cause damage. However, the game, he can have all the willingness that he wants. He's still just going to sit in the corner or stand in the corner and beat his meat as you sleep. That's the worst he can do. Like, but I picture like a gay midget shooting a shotgun and then just falling off.
I've seen that happen.
Really?
They did that on Jackass.
I want to crack up at that.
They had Wee Man on Jackass shoot a shotgun, and yeah, it was sending him back. It was funny. It was funny. It was sending him back. But Roddy God Packers in the building. He says, I appreciate this stream because I was thinking a win's a win, but after SKC and GC takes, I need a doc on black men are good fathers before I'm going. Yeah. It's still a win here. I'm not being negative. There is a win here. But Son is Hot Ron in the building says, notice he said black men love their own women. No. She said black men love their own women too. So it was already implied that it's a given they love other women, but they also love black women. That's essentially what she said.
I thought like their own, she meant like their wives. Like,
no. She meant black women as a group.
Oh, okay.
That's what this is really about. They're in fear that black men would just completely leave black women alone, and they see that black men are almost out the door. Now, I don't think that's what this is about. People be applying their own agendas or preconceived notions to the perceived underlining agenda of the documentary, and that don't always work when you do that. Okay. And that's why I've been fumbling, because I've been trying not to do that. But F Holiday in the building says,
because people are talking about Terry Crews and the thing, they don't think it's gay. The people that's locked up, they don't think it's gay. What are you talking? They think it's straight, and they think you're gay. They're the people that's picking Terry Crews.
They don't think what is gay.
They don't think prison sex is gay.
Who don't?
People who have prison sex.
Okay, it sounds like you're responding to something that I don't know what you responded to. So from my perspective,
on the midget versus Terry Crews thing, people are saying Terry Crews because he's straight. But what I'm saying is they still think they straight when they do crap like that. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that he may walk in straight, but in the event that he turn on you midway through the sentence, then you got somebody who's 5 times stronger than you, who don't think nothing is wrong with that now. So if he like you, and he wants you, and y'all gonna do this the easy way or the hard way. That's
exactly
okay. All right, yeah. All right. F Holiday in the building says Women History Month will turn this into nothingness, and Gail will be promoting a new color purple like there is no tomorrow for misandry. Ah, there's the other conspiracy theory. Put this out there before the color purple. Mm-hmm. All right. All right. Shout out to F Holiday. Appreciate the super chat. All right. Where we at?
Right. And it's just perpetuated over and over, no matter what, and as well. It's just all the negative stereotype, and it's just perpetuated over and over, no matter what.
Yeah.
It's just what everybody thinks.
You know,
And
the other thing I liked about.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gail.
No, the other thing I liked about it is you gave example after example to illustrate the point of the disparities that exist for Black men. And one thing that I found really striking, you had a Black man and a white man who have the same build, weighed the same, had the same body build, but yet when the audience was asked, when the survey was asked, people automatically said that the Black man was muscular, was more muscular, and looked more dangerous, which I found fascinating when you have two side by side with looking the same way, other than the color of their skin. What do we do to change that way of thinking?
All right. What's your thoughts on that? What do we do to change that way of thinking? Because I do believe that that's true, that people do look at it like that. 6'2", 235-pound Black man. Society probably does see him as bigger than a 6'2", 235-pound white man. What's your thoughts?
So, what works for me is a Argyle sweater vest.
So you're just saying just dress like Carlton?
Yes. Well, see, Carlton is a muscular dude. Let's be clear. You know, for his age on the show.
Oh my goodness, it's so. All right, I didn't mean to cut you off, but there was a scene in Fresh Prince where I guess they were at like a beach or whatever. No, they weren't at a beach. It was just a pool party, maybe at the mansion.
Mm-hmm.
And Carlton had his shirt off, and no homo. We got to make that very clear. For some odd reason, I was shocked that he muscular wise was bigger than Will Smith.
Exactly.
I can't even explain. I mean, granted, I wasn't that damn young, but still, it did shock me.
Exactly.
Because the way he acted and the way he dressed, in my mind, I saw him as I categorically put him in Steve Urkel category. So I thought that he would take his shirt off and be scrawny. It threw me off.
Well, Jaleel White works out too. You see, it's the illusion of the sweater vest. The sweater vest protects the image. It takes the muscles off you. It does. But yeah, he, at least until Will did Ali, Carlton was the bigger dude.
Yeah, and Will had to work out for like 2 years to get that big for Ali. That dude that played Braxton in the Jamie Foxx show.
Him too.
He wore a sweater vest, and he was jacked, but you couldn't tell.
More so than Jamie Foxx, right?
Yeah, but you couldn't tell.
The sweater vest, even though the arms are out, it still hides the muscle. It's an illusion.
Yeah, but what can we do to change that aside from the sweater vest?
Oh, I don't know. The sweater vest always worked for me.
That's something I always say with these type of things. You know, I saw somebody give a TED talk, and their whole, they were basically talking about all the problems with how, Black men and Black boys are viewed, and the solution was the problem is that we just need to change the way we look at them, the way we view them. When we see them, we need to see something else. And it was a Black dude giving the speech, and I was like, just saying that doesn't do it. I mean, but
the sweater vest does. I had police officers pull me over and then walk up to the car and say, oh, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't see the vest. and then just walked away.
Mm-hmm. Well, we got SKC back in the building. How's your sweater vest game, SKC?
I actually, good grief, game changer. I actually do have a few sweater vests.
There you go, just in case, just in case.
but you know, I didn't view it like that. But I guess it does. I guess it does add to the illusion. I never imagined it that way, game changer. It's odd that you pull that up. But yeah, I don't know. She said that
Two of them
I
the
guess
same size.
comparing these two guys. Well,
Yeah.
I think maybe some of it could have to do with I would say partially some black men, and also a lot of the messaging that black women in the media put out. Um, they tend to put the the bad boy out in the forefront. So the bad boy states to the world that they are the most dangerous and don't f with them. So what do you expect?
Okay. This is the part where if you're looking at black men, okay, we watch sports. We can't deny the fact that we watch sports. We see in football the most athletic positions. We see them dominated by black men. Like there are white wide receivers, but because like if they got good hands, they can really catch, and they're sufficient at running a route and making sharp cuts and doing all that. Okay, they can play wide receiver, they can play tight end, they can really catch. But you don't see a single white cornerback. That's the person who guards the wide receiver. For those that don't know, it's probably only two white running backs I can think of. Maybe 5% of the wide receivers are white. Yeah, the most athletic positions on a football field are dominated by black men. Yes, there are white. The NBA is, I think, 75% black. There are people of other races that can play. Some of them really good. Most of them, they fall in one or two of these categories. They're either really good at shooting or they're really tall and can possibly still shoot. As far as those in the NBA that just make it just purely off raw athleticism alone, always black. Recently, watching some MMA and I've recently been seeing some Negroes on some of them, get knocked out lately. That's been a thing that's been going on. But traditionally, heavyweight champion of the world has always been black, and black people dominated most combat sports, boxing and whatnot. MMA is a whole nother thing. There's submission holds and all kind of stuff going on.
Oh,
So
but they still dominate that. The
yeah.
champion and I
I,
think the middleweight champion and the light heavyweight champion.
Yeah, but we still dominate combat sports for the most part. I don't know that I don't hold on, real quick. So I just want to say those things alone sort of show that yeah, we run faster, jump harder, punch and kick harder. So we run faster, jump higher, punch and kick harder. It's hard to it's hard to get around that. So even if we take the over aggressive black criminal stereotype trope or whatever we gonna call it, even if we take that off the table, there are societal reasons why people see black men as bigger and stronger. So like that's a thing, and I don't I don't know what you do about that. I don't know if you say, oh, he sees a black man the same size as a white man. I see him as people, statistically just looking at him, they're gonna say the black man is bigger. I don't know if there's anything that can really be done about that. And I think there are non-racist reasons why that may be the case. All right. SKCU was trying to jump in. Go ahead.
I don't know. This is just a question, because I don't know. I'm out of
And
my
by the way,
element on this. But
Fury will beat Anthony Joshua's ass. Let's just make that very clear. that he beat Deontay Wilder ass 2 times in a row. He whooped Anthony Joshua's ass. Anthony Joshua just lost to some Mexican dude.
No,
Anyway.
he came back. He came
By
back. Everybody has a bad day. I'm not saying that he'll win against Fury. I'm just saying that,
by
I mean, at the
percentage,
end of the day, Joshua is British, and there you go.
He not a real nigga.
not a real nigga. Okay, but by percentage, and maybe you guys can help me out in this. In all of the sports that you just made reference to, Bernard,
Mm-hmm.
by percentage, who the other races of people, are they? It's like, are they training to be in those sports as much as black people?
Yeah. If not more. I will say that we get the most results. I mean, I think that a smaller percentage of us actually train, and I'm not really talking about the basketball, but the football and the martial arts. Yeah, I think that they train in a higher percent with less success.
Let me explain it to SKC like this. And you said you don't. There are things that you don't know about sports. Well, let me try to explain it this way. There are positions on the football field that are dominated by white players. Most of on the offensive line, the center and the guards, those are the two people on the 3 people on the inside. The center is the one in the middle, and then the 2 people next to him. Yeah, those are mostly white. Quarterback is mostly white, but that's starting to gradually change. There are certain things that they tend to do better. So, and all through that, I hate to get into this, but there's a genetic difference. There's a genetic difference. The
only
U.S.
thing
Olympic track team, even track teams elsewhere in the Western world, where they've received an influx of some West African immigrants. Guess what? Their track team is getting better. It's like it's a genetic difference. It is.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I
was just wondering.
It's not
man,
just. I mean, that is a fair question. People used to always ask, well, do they just spend more time playing basketball so they're better at it? But no. But if you look at how and why they're better at it, like, you can't coach flying through the air like Michael Jordan. You can't coach that. Like, if we on average just could shoot the ball better, then okay, then that mean they practice shooting more. But no, it's certain. If you look at how they're dominating it, it's an athletic difference.
That component they were after and get out.
It's not a skill difference.
I'm gonna have to look into that.
No, it's some type in race in sports, and you'll find what you type that in on YouTube. You probably will find what you're looking for at the NFL at the NFL combines. We're talking at the I think like 45 of the top 50 on the 40-yard dash are black. Now, there's things you could do to train to get more speed, but I mean, and that's raw athleticism. The height, the vertical leap. I think 45 of the top 50 are. I mean, it is what it is. There's a difference. Great Britain in the building says incorrect. BR Fury beat Wilder to the ground 3 times. Okay, wait, hold on. Fury beat Wilder to the ground 3 times. I don't understand what you mean by he beat him to the ground 3 times.
Well, you said that he lost 2 times against Fury.
Yes, he lost to him twice. They fought 3 times.
He lost 3 times. He's just correcting the 2 that you said earlier with 3.
No. The first fight was a legitimate tie in my eyes. I watched that fight on. It was Fury won more rounds. Deontay Wilder knocked him down twice, so that evened out the score and made it a legit draw. Yeah, so they fought 3 times. One was a tie, and then Fury beat him twice. Hoop Jogging in the building says, just call it what it is, Bernard. We are different. Jimmy the Greek laid this out a long time ago. Yeah, and he got fired for saying it. Sodomy and Chicken in the building. He says, guess I'll be Jimmy the Greek. Is because you can't even say that. You can't even say it's because of slavery, because where we came from, the part of Africa that we came from, yeah, they run pretty damn fast too. Faster than other parts of Africa. So there's that.
Well, yeah, but when was the last time they had a heavyweight champion? I think there might be a there.
Oh, I agree with that too. I'll give you that. Blacks were bred like cattle, so the more physically capable got to breed a lot. Yeah. It's truth in that.
You know something interesting on that note, right quick. That is what the black Brazilian tour guide said. He actually said that we as Americans, we as people from the U.S. are bigger because they spent more on slaves. Like they bought the bigger one.
Damn.
He actually said that.
Damn. And and to Rebel Zoe's point, this is what I was trying to get into. I was alluding to this with SKC, but I didn't want to spend too much time on that. And I didn't have the exact language, but that where he says fast twitch muscles, that's basically mean that we on average able to make fast, explosive, like that's we can on average we can take off faster, we can change direction faster, we can punch harder and kick harder on average. That's what they mean by more fast twitch muscles. Like they study this, like they're the millions of, keep in mind, an athlete going to the NFL, they're about to invest millions of dollars in this specimen. Hate to say it like that.
Okay.
They study the human body and everything that it could do down to a science, and they have figured out down to the science. They don't like to say it out loud, but yeah, there's some differences. They don't like to say it, but it's a reality.
So a question then, if that is the case, and if there's science to go out and support all of that, which, hey, if it is, then cool, great. Hey, empirical data is empirical data.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that throw a monkey wrench in the policing situation?
Explain.
When people say, well, why do they get treated like this? And why is there more force used on the black male? Well, you just said that he has more twitch muscles by average, right?
Man,
that he's faster, stronger, can punch, kicker, can punch harder, can kick harder, and move quicker. Wouldn't that require more force or more people?
I don't think it should make you pull.
I'm just wondering. It's just a question.
It should make a cop pull a trigger faster, but if he call for backup quicker, it should make him. if him and his partner is if it's like we got a suspect over there, what color is he? He's black. Okay, I need backup.
Well, I'm just saying, wouldn't the science back that up as well, though?
From an on average standpoint, it could. There's an increased probability that this person might be stronger than you. I mean, the videos that go viral more is when something horrible happened. We don't see as much. They don't go as viral when it's a situation where the dude basically got 2 cops on him and he kind of just, he just do like a quick reversal and flip one of them on the ground and throw the other one down and just take off. Like I be seeing those. If you go looking, those ones exist too. Where the cop he wasn't ready. I appreciate that he didn't just pull out the gun. He tried to wrestle him down and he took his L and then got up and chased him and the guy got away and that was that. I mean, I'd rather somebody not get shot, but there are times. There are videos that don't go as viral where we didn't seen a cop. Yeah, Rashard Brooks got shot though, because after he manhandled those two cops, they shot him after the fact. But yeah, they couldn't do nothing with him. Yeah.
And so all I'm saying is it's like I know people like to look at look at look at things from only one perspective, but okay, if you are proud to state, yes, black men are different. They have more twitch muscles. They are more athletically inclined. They can dominate these sports and such. Okay, well, then you also have to, just being fair, you have to take that argument and put it into other situations. And you're basically co-signing and saying you are more dangerous. Am I wrong?
Not really. Not really, but see, it's on the spectrum, it's on an average. And so,
Yeah, generally.
No, I agree with SKC, but like it shouldn't matter when you have a gun and they don't.
There you go. And a taser and they don't.
Yeah, and the pepper spray and the billy club. Like, it's like, okay, that's all well and good. He is stronger, but I got all the shit.
Yeah, I want to know how. I want to know how I'm wrong in this, because if you're stating,
I just agreed with you.
Well, I saw a few people in the chat like Chris C, and I'm like, okay, if you're stating, hey man, I don't like that these people come, and I know this conversation time took a left turn off into the weeds, but I don't like these people coming up to me and just automatically being tense and hand on trigger and all that. Okay, but at the same time, you're very proudly stating, dude, we got these capabilities that ain't nobody else on earth have, man. We got these quick these twitch muscles that explode on you in just a second. Ain't nobody else got this power. I'm like, hey, which one do you want? Which one do you want?
Hold on, SKC. It's not like in X-Men when they where they was fighting for the mutants felt like they were being discriminated against. And the point was made that, hold on, fairness and equality goes out the window when one person has the power to levitate an entire city. So we can't levitate a city, but we might knock you out.
Right. But all I'm saying is that, and I'm just trying to play it down the middle. There is a certain pride that comes into the situation when people say, you know what? Black men are the most athletically inclined, and they can do this. They dominate these sports, and a lot of black men will say that with a smile, a cheese on the face. Nevertheless, when people present that type of argument when it comes to things like policing or danger and violence, then the smile gets turned upside down and, oh no, we're just like everybody else, man. What are you talking about? Blah, blah, blah. Which one is it?
What about analytical abilities? Now,
that's true.
Since you're superior athletically, are you inferior intellectually?
No.
Well, I mean, you can't have it all. You can't have it all.
Yes,
no.
You can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. The world's biggest dick.
Well, then that would make you then that would not make you equal. That would make you superior, right?
Well, I mean,
if you're both athletically,
that's the way genetics fly. Listen, Pablo. We haven't attempted. We don't compete in that realm. We should, but we don't. I feel that if we put in the same effort that the Orientals do, we would surpass them. We don't. We put in the least effort in that regard. You see, we didn't even know. We didn't even know that we had the beat ass power until we put in the effort with Jack Johnson. Once it became realized, then we began to explore our beat assery. So
I didn't say academic achievement. Hold on, Obsidian. I didn't say academic achievement. I said intelligence. So there's a certain amount that is baseline gifted or granted at birth, and not a reflection of nurture, right? So and it's been measured. So if blacks on average score lower in certain types of intelligence,
Hmm.
but yet you want to say on the converse side that they're genetically superior athletically, then you must also concede that in certain levels of measures of intelligence that you score lower in, that you are lower in. You
Okay,
cannot
so
be,
so
yeah.
at 3, well, when they take the test at 3, it's even. When they take the test at 17, it's not. So, and not only that, there is a certain level of nurturing that goes into that prior to that. Like, say if your mama, say if you have one mother that took her prenatal vitamins religiously every day, and, that's nurturing. And then you have another mama who religiously took crack each and every single day. That's a form of not nurturing. Of course, that 3-year-old, genetics aside, is going to grow up with a lower IQ than the other. That, and then there's the breastfeeding factor and things like that. However, even at 3, even with all of those factors, it's even until they later take the test at 17. And that's when the nurture aspect really kicks in. And they also found that the IQ is even when the children is adopted by white parents.
I don't
So,
know. That's not what I looked up. There's something to what you're saying, game changer. But well, I'll say this. I do think that there are genetic differences. I mean, if the average black person is significantly taller than the average Asian person, like these people, for lack of a better way to describe it, evolved in different parts of the planet. They're different in many ways, and so I don't even think it's rational to even assume that every race, every brain, every group is just neurologically just blank slate the same exact thing. I think there are differences. However, you are right that we do a million things to shoot ourselves in the foot. And I've done a lot of content on this. I've done a content how spanking your kids could lower the IQ by 5 points in that early stage when their brain is developing, and when every problem you treat it with you're dumbing them down. You're stopping their reasoning abilities.
Nah, I just
Hey,
think you
wait,
Negroes are dumb from birth. You're born
okay,
dumb.
hold on,
You
wait,
just
stop. Okay,
stupid.
stop. All right,
And the
listen,
fact that
then
you're
okay,
trying to
you are stupid.
challenge a
All right, okay,
superior intellectual
hold on,
black man means that you're
hold on.
stupid.
What I'm
well,
talking about,
next,
Pablo.
okay, I'm
What you talking about? But no, let me make my. Come on, Pablo. You just. um, the thing is, yeah, I talked about the kids that got two parents in the home. That gives I think a 2.5 point IQ jump up. Breastfeeding increases IQ by a few points. Spanking can lower it. And then there's the nurturing in terms of how often are kids getting read to at night. It was a study that showed that black people black kids do on average 30 minutes of homework, whereas Asian kids on average do 2 hours of homework. There's that.
Okay,
So
so
all
let
of those,
me let me.
Pablo, you gotta relax. You gotta relax. There are a number of factors that could balance things out to where we wouldn't be performing that low or that much at the bottom with the test scores, to where we could basically just get in a race. But I still think it's illogical to say that every group of people would have an automatic blank slate across the board, the same exact neurological capacity and capabilities, simply on the basis that nothing else is the same. The average height is different. The average hand size is different. The average penis size is different. The average how hard this group can punch on average, how fast this group could run on average, how high this group can jump on average. You name it, no matter what, it's a different average on everything. So when it comes to intelligence, and intelligence is partly genetic, I think it might be mostly genetic. There is a difference, but like Game Changer is saying, we have to do everything correct to try to right the area where we're lower. That's
Right.
just
All
that.
right. So
I'm
if
saying all math
so
is
if
math.
if so if 40 million more white guys decided every day after school from the time that they're, I don't know, 8 years old all the way up until they're 19, 20, and they decide every day after school they're going out to the local basketball court and play ball, with homework done
Hmm.
or not, do you think we
Okay.
would have more white NBA players?
Okay, I'll
No,
put it
no,
like
no.
this.
I can hold
If I
on.
can say this,
Let the sports let the NBA fan answer this. Pablo, the answer to your question is no. What we will get, because there's the athleticism aspect of it. What will happen is that we might get more people who could probably outskill a more athletic player. John Morant, who can just jump out the gym. Okay, if they went and played basketball every day, all day, we might get some John Stockton. We might get some more John Stocktons, but we won't get more who could just fly like how Derrick Rose used to could do. We won't get they won't just turn into LeBron James. They won't just turn into these genetic freaks. They will turn into some jump shot shooting, playmaking, passing, shooting, fundamentally sound Larry Birds, is what I'm saying.
okay, can
Genetic
I say this? Can I say?
superiority for me, but not for thee.
Okay,
No,
can I say this?
I already acknowledged that, Pablo. I said it carefully because I don't like to just say
But
that, but I acknowledged it. I
intellectual
acknowledged it.
superiority for
Ben,
thee, but not for me.
can I speak?
I,
Now
okay, go ahead, GC.
on the basketball analogy, Pablo, you're comparing two groups of people who nurture themselves. Now, if white guys were to spend the time on the court practicing, and the black guys just stop practicing, then yes, they will gain superiority in the court. You see, we have stopped competing academically and intellectually. Therefore, we're losing in that regard. When you use the NBA example, you compared two groups of people who were maximizing their abilities, and then that's when the genetics kick in to determine who would dominate. However, we haven't given a scenario where both black and white and Oriental or I should just say Asian, where all groups compete evenly academically and with different results. That's
Well,
the difference. Now, but we can give the scenario about Nigerian immigrants who dominate the academics in England. We can give that example.
how many Nigerians are Rhodes Scholars?
You tell us, Obsidian.
I don't know. I'm asking the question. I'm honestly, I don't know.
I don't even think they have that in England, to be perfectly honest.
They don't have Rhodes Scholars in England?
I'm not sure if they have that program there.
It's a worldwide, it's a global
Yeah,
okay. Then please tell
award,
me.
academic award.
Then please tell me, Obsidian.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm asking the question. I mean, that's considered one of the the pinnacles of British academe is to be a Rhodes Scholar.
Okay,
Like we've had a United States president who was a Rhodes Scholar, and William Jefferson Clinton.
If you ask the question, Obsidian, I don't know the answer.
Yeah. The basketball analogy. Good afternoon, everyone. The basketball analogy is a good one because if I recall my NCAA Division I basketball history correctly, and Bernard, you'll be able to recall this because it was right in your backyard. Wasn't University of Michigan beaten by Duke twice? And it was said that 1 through 5, the University of Michigan team was superior athletically to the Duke basketball team 1 through 5. Yet they were beaten twice.
That's not a big deal because when you're talking about the best of the best assembling, if I went and got the top 5 white players in the NBA and put them on the same team, they would dominate. I mean, the last MVP was white. He may win it back to back. It was this 7 foot, 7 foot white guy who got some skill. They're so no that doesn't make a point. That doesn't make a point right there. It happens if you of the pool of white guys who are good at basketball, if you get them on the same and that Duke team, they weren't all white, but there is a such thing as more athletic players getting beat by more skilled or more fundamentally sound players. Like that's not a big deal. That happens all the time.
Mm-hmm. Does anybody?
I was talking about the reason why they are good. Larry Bird and John Stockton were really good because they were really skilled. Michael Jordan and LeBron James are genetic freaks,
right?
And they're skilled as well.
And it's interesting. Look, it's interesting.
And Grant Hill. I mean, if you were, I don't know. I don't know if you were.
It's interesting the language we use here. I'm talking about black people. See, when we say genetics, we don't mean intelligence. We mean physicality. Even though if there's one trait that is truly genetic, it is intelligence.
Yeah, I said that. I said intelligence is I think I said mostly genetic, but again, what you do with that intelligence has a lot to do with it going forward, and that's Game Changer's point.
Now, what's interesting about this discussion is that one thing we do know about the black slavery experience in the United States is that, and this was seen in the film Django Unchained, black male slaves were bred for physical, sports, even combat. We know that's true, but you could be killed for trying to read.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what does that have to do with my point where I'm about to make right now? I put it in the chat for you to see, Bernard. I read to you now from a most interesting website called the African American. Let me see. I want to get the title right here because I want to mangle it. The African American Literature Book Club, and it was posted over a decade ago, 2011, by the late Philip Jackson, who founded the Black Star Report. The shame of Black America isn't that our boys can't read. The shame is that we do little to help them learn to read. In 2011, reading levels of 8th grade black males from the lowest performing large school districts. So this is the level of black boys who can read at the 8th grade level. By the way, the 8th grade reading level is the national average reading level. Your newspapers and stuff like that tend to be written at an 8th grade reading level. I'm going to read to you now the percentages of those boys as of 2011, 8th grade, who can read at that level. Milwaukee, 3%. Cleveland, 3%. Detroit, 5%. Washington, D.C., 6%. San Diego, 7%. Dallas, 7%. Baltimore City, 7%. Chicago, 9%. Jefferson County, Kentucky, which houses Louisville, 9%. Atlanta, 9%. Los Angeles, 9%. Philadelphia, 9%. Austin, Texas, 9%. Houston, 9%. Hillsborough County, Florida, 9%. Boston, 10%. Miami-Dade, 11%. Charlotte, North Carolina, 12%. And New York City, 13%. The article goes on to say about 10% of 8th grade black males in the United States read at or above a proficient level. In other words, on average, if you count any 100 young black men, only 10 of them read at a proficient level. In Milwaukee and Cleveland, only 3 out of 100 young black men read at or above proficient level. I, Philip Jackson, have challenged black people to tell me that these statistics are not accurate, but so far, no challenges. In fact, only silence. How do we, black people, allow this to occur on our watch? And what will we do about it? Break the cycle. Teach black boys to read well by the 4th grade. Here's how. 1, read to black boys between birth and 10 years old. You mentioned that a moment ago, Bernard. You talked about the importance of reading to our kids, black boys in particular. Number 2, emphasize the value of education, not sports, not entertainment, not games, when black boys are between the ages of 2 and 12. 3, give black boys books for their birthdays, holidays, and to reward them for jobs well done. 4, Enroll black boys in a Saturday University Reading Academy at your church, park, district, library, or school. You can call the Black Star Project. They have the number there. 5, have black boys between the ages of 5 and 15 years old read aloud to you for at least 30 minutes a week. Sidebar. That was the usual practice that I did in my youth. At that age, between, when I was like 8, 9, 10 years old, around the dinner table with my grandparents when I would visit them, the rule was I could read from any of the above: the Bible, National Geographic, Time Magazine, Life Magazine, the Philadelphia Inquirer, or the Philadelphia Bulletin, or the Philadelphia Tribune. Anything I could read from there except the sports page and the funny page, read an article, read a section out of it, and then discuss what I read at the dinner table. That's what I did for years. Continuing with the article, and I can attest that it does work. 6, monitor and regulate the content of media your black boys consume. 7, immerse black boys in positive education-based peer group. 8, find a mentor or mentoring group for your young black men. 9, include culture, spirituality, history, economics, languages, and critical thinking in the education of black boys. And 10, ask the White House to support the Black Star plan to teach black boys to read well by the 4th grade. We know how that's going to turn out. So there it is. And
what is?
Pardon?
What is?
There it is. There's the article that I was discussing.
No, I get the article, but I mean, as I was saying earlier, the problem is nurture, and the article reinforces that.
Well, but it definitely. Well, let me ask you, instead of making a statement, let me ask you a question. What do you mean by nurture? When I ask you,
okay,
who's doing the nurturing?
Well, the parents, according to the article, and society
who are the
at
parents?
large. The society at large, and the parents.
But who are the parents?
The parents of the children.
But who are they?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, who are parents today in Black America? By and large,
mama,
and dad.
No, mama.
Obsidian, are you just getting at just a simple point that in the black
Yeah.
community, most of the households are most of the households with children are single mother led households?
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Not only is that true, but the public school systems in the black precincts are heavily black female dominated. So we have to ask, what are the outcomes? What are the results?
Once again, you read the article, and I'm curious as to why, because it's just restating what I say. That I state that if we were to nurture our children properly to compete, we would win. That's what I was saying, and the article reinforces that. Now, thank you for helping me prove my point, but I don't think it was needed.
Well,
I
would ask you, Game Changer, what do you recommend be done? What changes would you recommend?
I recommend exactly what was read in the article. Those are the changes I would recommend. That and the breastfeeding and things like that I was stating earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Obsidian's point of well, I'm not gonna prove his point or state what his point was.
It was
But
my exact point.
But I think it does play a factor into the origin of what this show is about, the sisterhood, and they putting together this narrative about the image of black men. Well, according to everything that Obsidian read, and taking into consideration that the majority of these boys are raised by black women, again, you get another. It's another way to cover over all of the holes in black culture that has created black boys and men that are not very well read or
I agree.
are
I agree, but
intellectually
it's a cultural
adept.
problem, not a genetic problem.
So I think it goes back to, why would you want these individuals who are raising these people, who are educating these people, at the forefront of the imaging of these people as well? It doesn't make any sense.
No,
all it serves is as a purpose to say that we're still good mothers. At the end of the day, that's what it proves. and we know that's not true.
What I'm saying, I just want to like close my point earlier because it's only been reinforced in the conversation, and that is, were we to compete, with other groups on an academic level the way that they do, we would excel in that area also, as we do in athletics. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
Yeah, but I would say
that's a supposition, not a fact. And what we do know, well, we would have to ask this question. Okay, so how many Harvard scholars have we produced over the past century?
Once again, it's a matter of nurture, for the reasons that you just read.
So you're agreeing with my point that that at no point in the past century, this is after slavery ended, at no point in the past slavery has Black America produced tier 1 top flight scholars as a matter of course on par with Jews and Asians in the latter part of the 20th century. At no point.
Once again, Obsidian. Okay, so you're talking about the effect, and I'm talking about the cause. The cause is the things that you read in the article, the lack of nurture, and that we culturally do not pursue such a thing.
Why is that? When we could be killed for it? Why would the one thing that we would be killed for? We know when slavery ended. Shout out to Skip Gates, Henry Louis Skip Gates of Yale University. He's done extensive research on this, reflected in PBS specials.
My argument, Obsidian, wasn't why we don't. My argument was stating that we don't.
Let me finish, please. But we know that at the end of slavery, where Black people, prior to the end of slavery in the Civil War, 1865, through the Reconstruction period, we know that during chattel slavery, it was prohibited for Black men and Black women to marry, right? You did so under serious threat of punishment. We know that when slavery ended, the number one thing Black folk did was jump the broom and get married. We know that's true. So, if it was true that you could be killed as a Black man in particular for trying to learn how to read, why was there no serious burning desire to do the same thing that we did when we were prohibited from marrying? In other words, why wasn't there such a major press to try to bum rush the doors of Harvard?
Yeah, okay. It's easier to get married than it is to get into Harvard. But that question is not related to what I was stating. Now, what I was stating earlier was that if we were to compete the same way that other groups were, I'm not making any references to why we don't or the historical reasons why a culture of non-competitiveness academically exists in the Black community. I'm saying that if we were to do these things, that we would be able to compete with God's chosen as well as the Orientals. That is what I'm saying.
I don't think that you can, game changer.
Well, I don't think that you can, but I think that the plurality of Black men can. So
I don't think so.
Hold on, wait, time out. SKC, are you saying that you don't think the plurality of Black men can?
No, not compared to what GC is talking about, because one of the points that GC is making is if the Black community were to throw their chips in together and I would say work as a collective in order to compete with these other so-called groups. However, in order to do that, you have to have family structures.
That's true.
Well, you guys are conflating. You guys are conflating two different.
Pablo, you hold on. Go ahead, SKC.
People interrupt over here all the time, Bernard, and you don't.
All right. I'm trying to.
Stop that loud mic, nigga, when he up here.
Hold on. All right, fair enough. I got you. I'm gonna try to make sure nobody is over interrupting. But if somebody is really building towards the point and they're right at the edge of it, then that's when I normally stop the interruption if I feel like somebody's point is being completely derailed. But some interruptions are okay. But just hang on a second. SKC, you was right at the tip of your point.
Yeah, I'll hand it right over to you, Pablo. What I was saying is that sounds all good, GC. However, until you fix the family structure, stating outright that, well, if they can do this, they can compete. Well, you can't. The prerequisite to being able to compete on that level is family structure.
I agree. I didn't say it wasn't. Like that is included in the nurturing portion. I'm saying that if we were to do things the same way that they do it, and not excluding family structure, that we would compete with them and likely dominate. That is what I'm saying. Like you guys keep throwing in like these added caveats. Like we can't, because I'm saying that if we were to do everything equal, all things equal, we would exceed. Just like a young black boy who spent 10,000 hours of his youth practicing basketball would excel over a young Oriental boy who spent the same 10,000 hours. I'm saying that if we did all things equal, as far as upbringing goes and as far as nurture goes, we would have superior results. That is what
I
I'm
don't.
saying.
Well,
Yeah, I
well,
don't
then
think
you have
so.
to answer this question.
Wait, hold on,
Gabe.
hold on, wait, hold on.
I-
I do want to let Pablo get his point
Okay.
in.
All right.
But game changer. What you just explained. That's why certain segments or portions of the Black Manosphere do go back to talk about the Black family structure. It's not, for me. It ain't about who they fucking. I mean,
yeah.
not at a personal level.
But
I
it does
look at
become
that.
about
I look.
that.
Oh, stop. I
I,
look at that from a macro level in the overall outcomes and results, and what
But you do
SKC
have to
talking
look at
about,
it.
and what SKC is talking about, what Obsidian was talking about, and what Game Changer laid out at first. When he was laying out all those points, it does come down to that, and I just wanted to make it clear that's why I talk about it. That's why a lot of people who are having a sensible conversation about that talks about it. But go ahead,
all right.
Pablo.
So, Game Changer makes some coherent points, but he's kind of mixing apples and oranges.
Mhm.
Scholastic achievement and intelligence are different things, and they're measured using different tools.
Well, they're interrelated.
Yes,
Go
but
ahead.
that's why they have an SAT test and an IQ test, and they're not the same thing, nor do they
There's
measure the same thing.
correlation, though.
But yeah,
There's
they're
correlation.
interrelated. The SAT test is the de facto IQ test. The
No,
ASVAB test is the
no,
IQ test.
no, 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 and double no.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, this is when having an actual degree helps because
Well,
we
well,
understand this. Look,
you're engaging in appeal to authority, which is a logical fallacy.
listen, man. A SAT test stands for Scholastic Aptitude Test.
Yes.
IQ test is an intelligence quotient. It
Yeah.
does not measure your ability to bring in, retain, and release information. That's not what it's about. An intelligence test. Intelligence test measures your spatial and cognitive abilities. They're two different things.
But what I said was that they
Okay.
were interrelated.
Okay. So if one group of people are genetically less intelligent through
They're
I guess
less
we're trying to.
intelligent. Wait a minute, and I'm about to bring it home. Let me bring it home.
Okay. All right.
They're less intelligent.
Could you replace the word there with we're?
When it comes to these spatial and right
Could you
and things like that. Now, one group. Wait a minute. One
could you
group.
replace the word there with
Wait
we're
a
to be
minute.
more accurate? Well,
One group.
no. A minute has been waited.
There's been studies done on this, and I've
There.
read them.
Wait, hold on, Pablo. I guess what Game Changer is asking is that you replace the word there with we're.
Let's okay.
Go on.
Make yourself happy. Look,
No, make
there
yourself
have been
happy.
studies done. Wait a minute. There have been studies done, and I'll show them.
Could you
I will.
restate the sentence but replace the word there with we're?
We're. Are you happy?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
I want you to restate the sentence and then replace the word there with we're, please.
I don't remember the sentence.
The sentence is they're less intelligent.
Game changer. I think your point is well taken. I don't
But
think
I
you
would
got to
like to
make
hear
them.
Pablo.
I know,
Direct response. Yeah,
but you're
please.
you're trying
No.
to do what they do in school when the kid get caught running through the halls. You make them go back and walk it over.
And
Like you don't
walk.
gotta, you
No.
don't gotta,
No,
you
I'm
don't,
not. No,
What?
I'm not.
you don't
No, I'm
gotta.
not about to do that. Look.
But
Wait, wait, wait,
Here's
wait.
game changer. Your point is very well taken. So
Okay.
let's just move forward.
so there have been studies done that show different groups of people have different uh, scored differently on intelligence tests in different areas. Now, there's an area that deals with language and artistic ability. And guess where black people score high?
Okay.
Language and artistic ability.
Okay.
In the other areas, those spatial and cognitive areas that your Asian communities and whites score high in, guess what? Blacks score lower. But they scored lower in the language and what did I just say? The language and artistic spheres. And there have been studies done on this. I'm gonna research them again and find them and try to email some of you guys when I find it.
Okay.
But that's why I say that's why I stand on my square. If you're gonna say, okay, we're more genetically superior athletically, then yeah, you also gonna be genetically inferior in another area.
Okay.
It's my
Well,
point.
yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. My question, my follow-up question to that, Pablo, would be this: if black people in general, and are we talking about black? Well, I would assume we was talking about black men in particular because we were talking about sports earlier, even though there are
black men and black women come from the same genetic pool. So at that point, we could talk about we could just say black people. There are some people who do like to talk about it. I'm not even going to mention who like to talk about it. Like black men are neurologically right here, and black women are neurologically up there when they believe in their own press about being.
And game changer, I'm not with you niggas, so no, I'm not saying where. It's you niggas.
Damn, Pablo,
really?
you cut me off for that, Pablo.
Really?
Yeah,
really?
I just wanted to ask a follow-up question.
Right quick, Obsidian. Your genetics is different than that of a black man?
Actually, if his cognitive
Obsidian, please
ability,
allow him to answer.
yeah, if his cognitive ability is
Obsidian, please allow him to answer. We're talking about genetics here. We're not talking about cultural choice.
Yeah,
I didn't hear the question.
Is your genetics
I didn't hear the
different?
question.
Okay, your genetics didn't allow you to. Is your genetics different than that of a black man?
I just said I'm not with you niggas. What
No,
do you
I
want to say?
understand
Okay,
that.
hold on. All right. It's the game changer. Game changer.
Question: is your genetics different than that of a black man? Because we're talking about genetics here, right?
Yeah, I would say,
please.
All right.
So I want to answer
game
the question.
changer.
So
Hold on,
with
game changer.
regards
Game
to
changer.
genetics, I would say that we are genetically similar. Then we can look at genetic markers and determine, okay, these are black people. But given that we're from the area of the world where there is the most genetic diversity on planet Earth, beyond the basic markers of marking us all out as black, that's where it stops and where all the variation starts. So two black men can be wildly different genetically beyond them both just merely being black.
Yeah, GC, just a question. I just want to clear something up because I
Real
hope
quick,
you're
Jackie
not going
Jack,
in that
Jackie Jack. Hold on, Jackie Jack. I see you in the back. Let's look at the private chat. Do me a favor. Look at the private chat, and then respond. All right.
I hope you're not going in a certain direction, but I'm just asking just for clarity, GC. Are you saying that black people are the most genetically superior people on Earth?
I'm saying that we would excel in near all things were we given ourselves an opportunity to do so.
So are you saying that black people are the most superior people on planet Earth?
Superiority is difficult to determine. However,
you're saying that they would, if given a chance, all things considered equal, that they would excel over everyone else
in the intellectual and academic realm, yes,
and athletic
and athletic, yes.
So
That's
you
why
are
I'm not
saying
with
that
you
black
niggas. See,
people
you
are the most
hotepping.
superior. Are the most superior people on planet Earth?
There are
Hold
still
on, time out. We gotta have a moment of silence, real quick. Um, this is the first time Game Changer has ever got accused of hotepping, so we do got to take some time and deal with that. I think they halfway on to something, GC. But hold on, Rebel Zoe 1804 in the building. He's going back to what he was talking about. Well, he's going back to what's part of what sparked this conversation. The whole, he's a VR, knowing plays, moving, cutting, creating moves and opportunities for others' brilliance display. Hey, I got you. Thank you very much for that super chat. I do appreciate that. And all right, I think they own to something, GC, and you do need to lay this out. Okay.
sure. I'll lay it out.
Okay, let me just set it up, because they almost asking you in a troll kind of way. So I just want to make sure that everybody is clear that if you're acknowledging, like I acknowledge, that there's genetic difference in terms of athletic ability, I also acknowledge that there's genetic difference in terms of cognitive ability. Okay, there are genetic differences between the races in terms of cognitive ability. There are. I mean so that being said, are you saying that there is no genetic difference between the races when it comes to cognitive ability?
I'm not saying that at all.
Okay, what are you saying?
I'm saying that something like that is largely nurture, and we haven't nurtured our full cognitive ability. Is what I'm saying. Now,
Okay, so just to be clear, you're not saying that we would be better or superior. You're saying whatever our max potential is, we conduct ourselves in a way to where we have never truly met that max potential.
I'm saying that if we were to maximize our potential, we would beat other groups.
And see,
So
that's
okay,
superiority.
wait, hold on, wait, time out. Do you think Western, well, not Western, American white people are maximizing their ability?
No.
Do you think white people anywhere on earth is maximizing their ability?
No.
Do you think Asians are maximizing their ability?
Yes.
If we maximize our abilities, are you saying we would be equal or greater than Asians?
Yes.
No, I meant one or the other. Are you saying we will be equal, or are you saying we will be greater?
Oh, I don't know. I'm saying that it would be equal to or greater than.
See, that's the part where I have some. That's the part where I have some problem. It's one group could max out and have an average IQ of 97, and the other group could match out and have an average IQ of 103. They're both maxing out. It's no reason to think that they would automatically either be the same or we would be better.
No, okay, put it like this.
That's where they getting that's where they putting the dashiki on you and saying you're hotepping.
No, okay, all right, let me finish. Okay, so let's just say that their average, I think it is like 105 or something like that, right? I'm saying that ours would be 105 or greater than 105.
Why would we be greater than 105?
Why wouldn't we be?
I'm not saying I'm okay. Fair enough. I'm not going to say we wouldn't be, but it's
okay.
There's assumptions. There's assumptions there. We don't know where it would max out at.
Yeah, I suspect that it would. I would suspect, given the amount of people who actually maximize and their success, that it would be greater. Like the Ben Carsons, the Robert Smiths, and the Frederick Douglasses of the world. These are people who were like the first in their time frame to max out. They're one of few who actually do max out, and it is exceptionally higher than.
Yeah, but they could have also just been the percentage of the population that fell on that statistical far end of the bell curve where they just had intelligence.
Yeah, it's not likely, statistically speaking, that of the very few people that actually maxed out, they all just so happens to be on that end of the bell curve. Frederick Douglass was a fucking slave, which means that he was the only one that attempted to max out, and look at what happened.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so forgive me for not knowing the history of Frederick Douglass. What did he do to max out while being a slave?
No, well, he learned to read from a white woman.
Okay.
Put it like this: he maximized his potential with the resources available to him, and then he became a Harvard graduate. Shout out to Obsidian. And then he also, became what was it? He almost became vice president of the United States, back in a time when slavery still existed. So, yeah, he got maximum results, even though actually he really couldn't maximize his potential, right? Because he was a slave, having to learn to read, at the, in secret, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, with minimal potential, he got maximum results. Um,
See,
and
I,
and and
I,
so so
I,
basically, this is random, Bernard. This is random. He was the first one to maximize his potential as a slave, and it was on par with the existing academic achievements of white America of the time. So let's be clear: the few that do show exceptional results. It's just
see,
that few are doing it.
I'm of the view that intelligence or let's just say genius. Genius isn't made, it's born. You take that person who's just born a genius and drop them off anywhere on earth, they're going to dominate, excel, and succeed and kick ass and eventually just be better than
That's not
everybody.
true.
I have to insert
That,
just this
that's
one
that's
thing
that's not
that is a
true.
major
All right.
flaw in GC's reasoning here.
Oh,
That
Jesus.
GC, you're my guy, man. It's like, but Frederick Douglass was half white. Why are you making this argument?
Okay,
Man,
Frederick
get
Douglass.
your cooning ass out of here, SKC.
No,
You
it's
know,
the truth. This is the fact. Why was this even an
I never
argument?
even knew that. I never even knew
Okay,
that.
so he was one of many that I mentioned.
Wait a minute, you never knew that?
I
Seriously?
prob-
I mean, really, Frederick Douglass don't know that, but I
That's
mean,
why I was just sitting here. I was listening to this, and I was like, "What the what?
I mean,
well,
How is this even?"
Frederick Douglass don't know that. But okay, so here's the thing. He was one of many people. Fathers maybe, but he was one of many people who did this. Okay, what I'm saying is that when you select random black men, maximize their potential with the resources available, you get extraordinary results, not just exceptional results. That's what I'm saying.
Again,
Now,
GC,
wait,
your
wait, wait,
argument is
wait.
coming
No,
directly out of the
SKC, please stop
playbook of
talking.
Madison
SKC, please
Grant.
stop talking, and let me continue.
Good God,
Now,
man.
now, if the results were the same for Asians, and you take one random Asian person and put him in basketball camp since youth, and he dominates the NBA, then I would say that there is a lot of untapped potential in that community as well. But you don't. Okay, it doesn't happen.
Bro, we're going into
Could you
the
stop
the 19th
interrupting? God
century,
damn.
20th
SKC,
Hold
could you
century
on,
stop interrupting?
SKC.
pseudoscience.
Did you?
I thought you go ahead, SKC. I mean, not SKC, but Game Changer. I did think you
God
were almost
damn.
done. I mean, I thought you were pretty much done with your point, but go ahead.
No, I'm not done with my point because
Go
we
ahead.
haven't addressed the Hotep issue yet.
Okay.
Like I've been bombarded with a lot of stuff and I keep getting interrupted.
All right.
So what I'm saying is if you take a single person from that diaspora and they excel in football or something like that, then I would say that there's untapped potential there and it's their culture that's limiting them. That's just common knowledge. Now, and I would continue to tap that potential. Now, as far as the daishiki and the superiority, I never came across a group of people who was so hell bent on proving their own inferiority. That reason alone, even with athletic and academic prowess, will put us in a permanent inferior position. So there are other aspects that determines racial success other than intellectual and academic prowess. For example, the ability to work well together, the pioneering spirit that has gained European superiority over the globe. These are things that we lack. Why? Because we are the least nomadic people. That's why when everyone else spread throughout the world, we were still in the place that we originally evolved. So there are other aspects that balance out the race. Now, also, and this is something that's unique to Black people, the desire to balance things out, the desire to only accept one aspect of greatness is pretty stupid, but it's something that we do in large. We attempt to limit ourselves because I don't know, maybe it's a Black thing. So, for those reasons, we are being held back. What I am saying is that, excuse me, is that if we were to maximize our potential academically, that would be an area that we excel in as well.
That the what you just said at the end, I think that's the part that everybody agrees with. Um, it came off a certain way to where they okay there. There are some people, some pro-black Hotepians who are of the view that yes, we are just genetically superior and we're naturally smarter, we're naturally this, we're naturally that, we're naturally everything better. Is just that we just need to do A, B, and C. And listen, I don't have a problem with somebody believing that. They can believe that, they want to believe that. But it's if I just saw if a random Mexican was just saying that, I would be like, you just operating on assumption. Just saying that, like I would have the same reaction. And yeah, that's how you got the dashiki put on you. Because but I do like hold on, wait, real quick. I do like your point that we shouldn't be we shouldn't be hell bent on arguing that we're not as intelligent. That's one thing. You're all right. We shouldn't be hell bent on that. If there's a way to even the score, the conversation should be about how do we even the score. And actually, the Black Manosphere does talk about that a lot. We end up getting criticized for talking about it, but I'm not getting into the politics. But yeah, exactly. we end up getting criticized for talking about it.
And that's one of our great inferiorities. You see, other groups of people, when what I stated, they would say, "Okay, let's try it. Let's try to do this." What we do is we say, "Oh no, even if we tried, we would fail, and so let's not try."
I don't think anybody was saying, "Hold on, okay." Was anybody saying if we tried, we would fail?
They were saying that it's limited aptitude. So, or we'll put it like this: they're saying that we wouldn't win. So, yeah, that's
nobody stated that.
All right.
No.
I think what it was saying.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. They're saying that they wouldn't win. You see,
nobody stated
they say stuff like, I would win because I'm not with these.
Nobody stated that.
All right. We're gonna.
Well, yeah, I did, but
we're gonna.
I want to ask you a question.
GC, hold on, real quick. Orange Pill North in the building. He says all GC needs to do is go over the inventions from Black men throughout history that have contributed to society, such as gas mask, traffic light, mailbox, automatic elevator, doors, blood bank, doorstop, doorknob. List goes on. Peanut butter. Don't forget peanut butter. Okay.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question, Bernard.
Okay.
You said that the one of the great strengths of the Black Manosphere, and I'm paraphrasing you, so please correct me if I get this wrong. You said one of the great strengths of the Black Manosphere is that we do attempt to try to take up these questions of intelligence, of Black intelligence, of Black cognitive ability, nurturing it, and so on. Could you give me a few examples of where this has been the case?
I didn't exactly say that, but when we were talking about maximizing every opportunity, every potential, thing that we can do, yes, more Black families and kids being raised in the right circumstances will produce the type of people that we want to see. If we can acknowledge that that baby mama-ism and baby daddy-ism is wrong, and that's causing Black kids to being brought up the wrong way, and then that Black boy becomes a man. He was, it's like somebody who was made to be sick and now ordered to be well as an adult. It's like that's backwards. So
Bernard,
it turns into a situation to where if the huge problem at a macro level, if how our kids are raised don't change on a macro level, then the problem won't go away. It will just be certain individuals that will just come up out of the chaos and end up doing well, and that's that.
Well, I'd like to ask a follow-up question quickly, and I hand it off to I think Pablo wanted to say something. Is this okay, I hear what you're saying with regard to the Black Manosphere talking about families. Okay, that's fair. And there's no doubt that intact families and cognitive ability are intertwined. No question about that. That being the case, and that aside, is there anything you can point to that demonstrates in the Black manosphere in general that we take reading seriously, we take Black male academic and intellectual excellence seriously in a broad-based way?
Ask the question again. I'm sorry. I was reading while you were asking the question about reading. I was reading something else. And but well, no, I think I got it. You said, is there anything that
let me
shows in a broad-based way that we take reading and academics seriously?
The reason why I'm okay, let me restate the question and tell you why I'm asking, and you can answer. Okay. We understood what you said about the formation of Black families. Fair enough, granted. There's a lot of evidence that anybody who is even halfway honest and decent would see evidence of that throughout the Black manosphere, that there is a great interest in Black families being formed and so forth. Of course, our good friend Aaron Fountain is a notable exception in that regard. But nevertheless, with that being said, and that aside for a moment, is there any evidence in a broad-based grassroots kind of way in the Black manosphere where we take reading, academic, and or intellectual Black male excellence seriously? And if so, where's the evidence?
Well, you would be able to answer that question better than me. So I hear the question, and I'm throwing it right back to you.
I would say, if you're asking me to answer the question, I would say the evidence is rather scant.
It's not a focus on that. Yeah, this space. I mean, this space wasn't built on that, but it's like, now that we have an audience here, people do try to smuggle other things into the conversation. Sort of like how this was a conversation where it started out. I was supposed to be talking about the sisterhood. Of signing a petition to try to cancel Tina Knowles' documentary,
and it does dovetail into
it. And it does, and we dovetailed right into a conversation where we're talking about the problem. We're in an honest way. So in that sense, we do talk about the problem. So I don't. As far as that being on the marquee of the content, like, no, our channels are not exclusively about that. Your channel isn't, my channel isn't, none of your channel isn't, my channel isn't, Kevin Samuel's channel isn't. None of our channels are exclusively about that.
Right. Okay, we got that exclusive. Fair enough. What would you say, and this dovetails back to the topic of Tina Knowles' documentary, what percentage of content produced on YouTube would you say for the Black manosphere, what percentage of it would you say is intellectually / academically driven?
I don't know.
Would it be greater or less? Would it be greater or lesser than the 10% average that I read to you from the African American Literary Book Club about black boy reading levels?
It's probably less than 10%. What was the word that you used? Intellectually, what did you say?
That would be intellectually and or academically driven. In other words, how much of the YouTube
intellectually, intellectually, I think it's intellectually stimulating, but academically driven, that's a different thing. What do you mean by academically driven?
Okay, so this goes back to the question that Pablo was dealing with. We were parsing out an SAT test versus an IQ test. Okay.
What do you mean by academically driven? I just want to make sure I get an answer before you go. It's like you're about to go into a big diatribe about something.
Right. Yeah, I'm going to answer your question directly. Okay. Academically driven means that you are pursuing an area of inquiry and a discipline of study along a axis or metric of accepted academic canons and norms. That's academically driven. So, for example, if we reference, for example, the Moynihan Report, Daniel Patrick Moynihan was an academic, a senator, a presidential advisor. he compiled his report using academic processes that an academic would recognize and appreciate, whether they agree with him or not. But they would recognize that he assembled that body of work and that information using academic processes. That would be one example.
So how much of the YouTube content
with regard to the Black Manosphere?
How much of Black Manosphere YouTube content is on par with the amount of research that was done, the multiple books on top of studies, on top of this, on top of that, on top of data that was gathered here and data that was gathered here that compiled into I think a 20-page document. I forgot how many pages in the Moynihan, but compiled into what is known as the Moynihan Report or something similar to that. How much of YouTube videos are like that?
Right, in the Black
very small, and why would very small? And I don't think they would be. I think we can talk about stuff like that, but I don't think that's not YouTube. This isn't the right medium for what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
This same
like you're probably one of the most well-read probably one of the most well-read people in this, caught up in this algorithm, and your content isn't even like that. I mean, you cite a lot of studies, you cite a lot of stuff, but at the end of the day, you're doing entertaining YouTube content about your opinion using the studies and the evidence and all of that as a guide for giving your opinion. Like, that's what YouTube is. It's edutainment. So I think you're putting a burden on YouTube to that's not there. Now, okay. you could make a fair argument that we could, increase the thing that you're talking about. We could probably increase it by a percentage. Maybe you could do that. But overall, I think you're putting an unfair, undue burden on YouTube videos.
Okay. So the reason why I'm asking is for this. So I was listening to a interview that Stefan Labassiere recently did. It's like not even 5 years old, 5 days old. And it was a long interview, but over the course of the interview, he was asked, because he is officially, I don't know if you're aware of this, Bernard, Stefan has placed a shingle here on YouTube aiming content toward men. I predicted that this would happen. Aiming toward men. He has a channel specifically toward men. And he was asked the question, Black women are doing all the work. They're reading the books, they're going to the seminars, but Black men aren't doing the same thing. And his response was the following. He had found that Black men don't buy books. That is to say, print books. But they do listen to audio books and they watch YouTube videos. Those were his exact words. So my question then became, okay, to what extent do Black men in the Black Manosphere actually have discourse that would be conducive to the type of thing that Stefan Labassiere talks about, number one? And number two, what would be the reading levels? Because he's not the only Black author I've heard say Black men don't buy books. And that's the reason, that's part of the reason why I introduced that article earlier. If only 10% of Black men nationwide read at an 8th grade reading level, it would then explain why Steph said what he said. It would explain it. But then the question then becomes, exactly what type of YouTube video and content are we Black men consuming? You said it was placing an undue burden on the Black Manosphere to have this. My response
typically on YouTube. Typically on
YouTube. My response would be, Dr. Jordan Peterson has nearly 5 million followers. He aims his content toward young white men, and he frequently has top flight academics. He himself is one that have very high intellectually engaging content.
Hold on, wait. Are you talking about an intellectually engaging conversation?
Yes.
Because you talked about No, you're talk you talked about it from the perspective of um essentially like a YouTube content creator putting boots on the ground, going and doing his own research, gathering these books, gathering this, gathering that, and
that can be part of it.
Or in presenting it like two intelligent people can have an intelligent conversation.
That's true.
Like Dr. Tia Johnson and BGS can have an intelligent conversation.
That's true.
I've had plenty of people on here, and we've had intelligent.
Would you agree with me that Dr. Tia Johnson is not the norm? And I'm using the Black Manosphere as a kind of
all right, Obsidian. If you're on, listen. No, I understand where you're going, but
I'm just trying to get a gauge here.
A gauge of what? Like,
I'm trying to get a gauge to what extent Black men actually read.
But you're asking questions about YouTube channels,
and I'm presenting evidence. Wait a minute, hold on. I presented evidence about Black boy reading levels with evidence.
What's the black girl reading level?
I don't know. Well, I would presume it's higher.
I looked it up before, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but
we can find out right now. I can look it up right now.
All right, yeah, look it up.
Yeah,
look it up.
But why would that be in this discussion?
I'm just
curious. Why would that be important? Is this?
No, I always whenever somebody says anything, black men are blah 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 blah, I do want to know where everything is at, so I can see how close it is to the national average. Is it above the natural average, below the natural average, scraping the bottom where the average is up here and we're down here? I want to know I want to be able to adequately measure what's going on.
I'm looking it up right now. If anybody else knows what this is, please let me know. I'm looking it up as we speak. I'm trying to.
Bernard,
just black people.
Go ahead, Pablo.
Could I clarify my exchange with Game Changer a few minutes ago, and that is this. Obviously, yes, I am a black man, and my trollishness was tongue in cheek to kind of display a point. Yes, if you give us ideal conditions in every sphere possible in the environment, okay, and now we score high across the board. But that's not the real world. In the real world, different groups have different cultural, environmental, and social deficits, economic deficits, deficits in nutrition, all of those things factor in.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I said, well, when blacks were scored on intelligence in these verbal and language skills, they were high at the top. Nobody said anything about that. They didn't have a problem with that. So how come white people didn't score above us when they got every advantage in the world? And they didn't. So it's like you want to say, oh, well, we're superior athletically. And we also would be superior academically and spatially and in these cognitive areas if we had this, and that.
Yeah, that's where I did have a problem with Game Changer was saying. I think it's fair that he's saying that all the things that we do to shoot ourselves in the foot, if we stop doing that, we would close the gap. But to just say that if we stop doing that, we would be up here and everybody else would be below us. That's a reach. Now, there's nothing wrong with having, that's the spirit, go get them, Tiger. There's nothing wrong with having that attitude. There's nothing wrong with having that attitude. But yeah,
I don't know.
It's about doing the right things to just close the gap. That's a realistic goal. Let's close the gap.
Well, I think that there's a small point in that I will say is a bad thing. like I understand, like you were saying, like the let's go spirit and all that type of stuff. Okay, but the other half of that is, and Obsidian laughed when I brought it up. I heard you, Obsidian. That is equivalent to what Madison Grant wrote 150 years ago.
What was written?
Oh, the white Nordic race is superior in all things because we have this special proto-germ that makes us superior to all people. And if we just keep our race pure, we will be greater than any other race in whatever category that you think of. That's some racist pseudo-science crap. Period.
Okay. Yeah. He walked.
There's another
into
problem.
That. He walked into that when he said that it would be equal or greater. Like, there's nothing wrong. Like I said, nothing wrong with having that attitude. That's a can-do attitude. There's nothing wrong with that. But to assume that we are genetically better, that we are genetically better at everything, yeah, that does teeter on the line of that. So I do.
And not only that, he would run into another problem too, and that's this. As I was saying earlier with Skip Gates, we know for a fact that Black Americans in the past century had the highest levels of marriage than anybody else. So if the argument goes that intact two-parent families foster the environment for kids to do well academically, then you would have to explain why Black Americans at their height in terms of marriage and family formation have not produced the same level of top tier one academic scholars like Jews have, who have been discriminated against in this country in the 20th century.
When were Black people doing everything right and had everything, lined up perfectly for them to do it?
We're talking about marriage, and we were doing marriage right. Matter of fact, we never done marriage better.
I know, but I don't think okay, I don't think just having high marriage in Jim Crow era all of a sudden means Harvard
but Jews were discriminated against as well.
Yeah, that still doesn't negate my point.
No, it does negate the point, because you're looking at two groups that were equally discriminated against. There were Jews who were lynched too. Look up Leo Frank.
Well, okay.
Cheney, Goodman, and Schwerner were all murdered in Mississippi in 1966.
All right.
Think about the Italians who were hung in Louisiana at the turn of the century as well.
Oh no, okay. Listen, wait, hold on. Time out. I'm in no way, shape, or form saying we have an excuse right now. I am not saying that. There is no excuse. It's all in our hands to get done whatever it is we need to get done. I just want to make that very clear for people listening. That's my position. It's not oppression. It's not racism. It's not white supremacy. It's not this. It's not that. It's on us to fix our problems. That's where I'm at with it. If there was some shortcomings taking place in 1912, even though there was family formation, it would. I mean, I don't want to claim to be a historian and know exactly, but listen, if there were shortcomings in 1912, 1920, 1930, I'm not gonna. I don't think you can exactly make that argument. I think it does. Here somebody dropped the link for Game Changer. Wait, hold on, I can do it. I do think it come a point where, and we've talked about this, and y'all know we all on the same side with this argument. It come to a point where the racism and we was oppressed argument just dies out. It's completely bunk. And we are. I'm with y'all on that, but I don't think just being married alone post slavery is all that needed. It's other factors that needed to take other things that needed to take place. Other things needed to take place in order for us to produce
such as
high performing people. We talked about a lot of those things. I mean,
because we had HBCUs. Jews didn't have HBCUs.
Okay. Well, they didn't need them because
Yeshiva is a Jewish school.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, they really didn't need it because they were allowed into white schools, Obsidian, because they were white.
And so were we in 1954.
Yeah, but we're talking about.
Wait, hold on. We went all the way back to Jim Crow. You're basically saying you're making the same.
Jim Crow was a very real thing in 1954.
So,
okay, so we were overcoming.
if I may, they were allowed in white universities while we were in chains.
No,
Did you just say? Did you just? Excuse me. Let me just make sure I'm quoting you properly.
Were they?
Let me make sure I'm quoting you properly on this. Are you saying that Jewish people in the United States of America were equally oppressed to Black people?
What I'm saying is that Jews definitely were oppressed. We have excellent.
But earlier you said equally oppressed.
No. I'm answering your question. We do have evidence that they were definitely oppressed with regard to academic achievement. They were kept out of the top flight universities as well in the early part of the 20th century. That's a fact.
Are you saying that you said you were answering my question? Are you saying that Jewish people, let's just call them God's chosen, were equally oppressed in this country to Black people?
And my answer to you is, when it comes to the question of academic achievement, they too were discriminated against. We have.
Yeah, I understand. Was that discrimination?
So that's my answer to your question.
That's
my answer to your question.
Okay. Here's the thing. Yeah, DJ Nash says it best. Yes or no? Was it equal?
That's my answer to your question.
All right. Here's the thing.
All right, we can stop. We can stop because
he answered the question earlier. So yeah, I get it. Kind of like that slave that was beaten near to death versus the slave that was put time out on 30 minutes. They both were oppressed. My question is a matter of extent. Okay, let's not do this. This isn't a matter of oppression and limits. This is a matter of Obsidian being disingenuous.
No, it's a matter of me being accurate. There were more Black.
There were more Black people
getting married than Jewish people. Stop trying to talk over me. You can't.
All right. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Okay. Game Changer asked a very simple question, and Obsidian, I think you can concede the simple point that it wasn't equal. And then your general points can still have some merit after you.
No, life ain't equal. Life is never equal.
Exactly. So I think it's okay.
It's also not equal. It's also not equal to fact.
Obsidian, you're not about to yell over me. You're not about to yell over me. Everybody be cool. Everybody be cool. Take a breath. Hold on. Obsidian. We don't have to do this. This is a conversation where generally everybody is on the same team. Obsidian. Obsidian. Can I mute you? Just give me a second. Give me a second to lay this out before we start back talking. I've talked to all of you on topics like this. I know we all we on the same team with this one. So we don't even got to get animated and amped up and do all of this. All right. We fighting over inches as far as I'm concerned. Because I think we all generally agree on this. I think if I had to pinpoint where the problem is with this argument is that your Obsidian, it sounds like you're making an argument that's going something like this, that if marriage and family structure is the end all be all to Black people being successful, then why weren't they successful when the family structure was correct? Was right coming out of slavery? Is that your argument, Obsidian?
Say that again. Restate the argument.
Okay.
Restate the question, please.
Okay. All right. If I had to pinpoint where this conversation started driving off a cliff, is that we talked about how the way that kids are raised, Black men over here, Black women over there, and that's the root cause of how kids being raised wrong, why we're not as competitive academically in so many other ways. Okay. Yes, I think what your argument is, and you can correct me, is that if proper family structure is the end all be all to fixing that problem, then why wasn't all of those then why weren't we hitting on all cylinders coming out of slavery when the marital rate was up at like 85 to 90%?
That would have been through most of the 20th century.
Okay, so was that your argument?
Oh, that was my argument, picking up on the point that you raised with regard to the Black Manosphere reinforcing the idea of black family formation, and Game Changers saying, were it not for racism, we would excel in academics the same we would in sports.
Hold on, wait, time out. Game Changer. Did you say if it were not for racism, we would excel in academics the way we would in sports?
No, what I was saying is if we competed the same way in academics that every other group does, then we would excel in that regard, equal to or superior than the other groups.
Okay, so
and why have you done that then?
Okay, well, hold on. Nope, you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. Okay, now that Game Changer answered that, I think y'all fight is over with. Okay, so let's go back to,
this is a simple question.
Okay, let's go back to I don't think anybody made this argument either, that if people just only got married, then all of a sudden all the problems would have to go away. All the problems would go away. There are so many things culturally wrong, but having a good family structure is a place to start. I don't think ever since we have been truly free, we haven't had good family structure since we've been truly free. So we're talking about something where a proper experiment has never been conducted to see if we can produce the type of result that I think we all believe we can either produce or come close to producing if we did families the right way.
So we didn't have families the right way, but that didn't stop us from producing track and field champions, heavyweight boxing champions, basketball champions, baseball champions, Olympians. That didn't stop us from that.
I don't understand your point.
My point is having a perfectly
Are you arguing against a good family structure? Are you arguing that
I'm arguing against the idea that the only way we're going to have parity or even dominance academically is when you lift every inequality with regard to black folk.
Stop. Nobody said inequality. Game Changer just proved that he wasn't talking about inequality.
I'm talking about what you're talking about.
I wasn't talking about inequality.
You said we haven't really been free. You're talking about inequality.
No. When I said I said we haven't had a proper family structure since we've truly been free.
Right.
Since we've truly been free, I'm talking about then you shouldn't have to interrupt. Okay, we're talking about since we've truly been free, we're talking about post 1965. We've been doing everything the wrong way. On my only argument, and I think Game Changer's argument, and I think your argument is, if you weren't just being disagreeable, is that if we were doing things the right way, we would produce a better result. Now, while we're still producing people who can dunk a basketball from the free throw line, genetics.
Actually, no.
That's incorrect.
No, it's not. That's incorrect. Well, if I may, businessman, if I can respond to the free throw and the running thing, these are all things that are free and require very little nurturing. As long as there's a basketball hoop in the neighborhood, then a young black boy can get his 10,000 hours in there.
Exactly.
It doesn't require outside nurturing like swim lessons or piano lessons or things like that. However, that's something that requires nurture. Same with the track. Any kid can run down the street and run up the street to get his mama cigarettes. These are things that you don't necessarily need much nurture to do, and we excel in these things because it's something that we do without nurture. The other stuff do require a significant amount of nurture, and that is where we lack. And things like golf and things like hockey and things like swimming. These are things that
math.
Yeah, exactly. And things like math. These are things that parents that requires nurture because it requires that parents take extra effort in order to assure that their children achieve that. And we don't. We rely on our genetics too much and not superior upbringing.
First of all,
exactly what I wanted to talk about.
Let me respond. First of all, Game Changer is inaccurate because with regard to football, with regard to basketball, Division I, there is a tremendous amount of nurturing involved. With boys that start at a very early age, Pee Wee League, going all the way, McDonald's basketball league, all kind of scouting, extensive equipment, you name it. If you spend any time, there was a movie It came out some years back, Above the Rim, that talked about this. There have been numerous examples in documentaries, so that's not true. But even if we accepted the argument on this premise, there is nothing stopping a boy from picking up a book on his own.
You're
We
absolutely
agree
correct.
with that. Hold on. Hold on, wait, time out. Who on the panel disagrees with that?
What I'm saying is,
no, wait, stop, hold on. I need to answer my question.
I am answering your question. I am directly responding to the argument that the reason why we can have these outcomes with regard to sports, even though the state of the black community, read black families, is so jacked up, is because we're relying on genetics. The boys can go and play basketball, or run. They don't need extensive nurturing. By that same argument, the same thing would be true with regard to boys picking up a book or going to a library.
You talking about just picking it up on their own?
On their own.
Okay. So the single mama raising them, and she's a horrible parent. But
that don't stop them from playing basketball.
But on his so yeah,
so what's stopping them from going to the library?
I can answer this.
On their own.
So you're arguing for kids to raise themselves.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, Game Changers are arguing for it. I'm not.
No, I'm not.
He's not, because he's arguing for the family structure. You're arguing. You're saying we can do it with the baby mommy.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm directly responding to Game Changers' point.
Okay,
and I agree with Obsidian about the nurture and the sport thing, because sports in general, when you talk about coaching and all of the things that are required in that is nurturing. A lot of the guys that go on to be great in whatever sport they're in, a lot of them give reverence to the guys who did all of the little things to help them get to where they were at. So that's nurturing.
But they did not.
We focus on the wrong things, and the reason we focus on the wrong things because we are disorganized. There's a lack of families, and basketball is fun. Reading and doing math is hard.
Well, and not only that, it's a couple things. What? It's a couple things.
More importantly, when it comes to the football and the basketball and the track and stuff like that, these are things that are free.
Right.
Like swim lessons and golf lessons, et cetera, which we, perhaps would excel in as well, provided that we were to pursue these endeavors. It seems like we do pretty well in all the free shit that society offers us. Perhaps if we nurtured other skills, we would do equally as well, is what I'm saying.
That's the part I think everybody is doing here.
But kids should raise themselves. We excel in basketball because it's fun to kids. We excel in music because it's fun to kids. We pretty much excel in the shit that that little kids say they want to do when they grow up. So I say that once the parents start intervening and say, listen, you got to get these grades up, et cetera, just like Obsidian's article stated, we would excel in that as well.
100%. It's a couple things. I'm bringing to the medical school aspect of it, but I'm going to start it off by when we talk about Asians. There's a term called the tiger mom, right? Mm-hmm. And that is an overbearing Asian mother who's just makes her children just do all these things for hours upon hours upon hours, right? So when we look at that aspect of it, those are the 10,000 hours that the child is made to do something. And so once that child goes from 7, 8, 9 years old through high school, through college, that person is very ahead because of those long hours that mother has put into that particular child. So then here's the thing. Blacks in college do want to become physicians, dentists, and everything. What it is that they realize they're behind, right? So what these colleges have done, and most colleges have this, they create these post-bac programs, right? These post-bac programs pretty much allow mostly minorities pretty much a second chance to improve their academic retention skills so they could be on an even playing field with those people who have got this knowledge early on. And when you look at those blacks I was in one of these programs too. When you look at the blacks that's in these programs, right, they go on to be neurosurgeons, cardiologists. I mean, every top medical field that they are, but they also a little older because they realize that their deficiency what the deficiency was, and they put in the work. So therefore, when you look at blacks who are in these high paying jobs, these high technical fields, most of the time they're a little older because they realize that they had to make up those 10,000 hours that they missed out on when they was younger. Now I'm seeing you brought up the boxing, the Olympics, the track and field. Yes, those things do require nurturing, but that coach is only with them an hour or two a day. They become proficient in those things when they're doing it by themselves, when they're boxing against each other, when they in the gym, when they run against each other. That's when they do real well at making their skills that much more better, because they're practicing it. And Game Changer said that it's fun when they practice it. They don't realize that they're putting in those 10,000 hours. Now when we start talking about the athletic part, being 6'8" and jumping out the gym and everything. Yes, that is a different factor that we also have to account for. But it also shows too that when Bernard mentioned the John Stocktons and the Larry Birds, that you could also not be as athletically gifted, put in your 20,000 hours of doing one thing very well, or a few things very well, and you can compete. You see what I'm saying? So all of us are saying pretty much the same. We're saying this, that there is a way to get to the end goal, but we have to figure out what points and what skills we need to work on to get to that end goal. The 10,000 hours gonna come regardless. You have to put in the 10,000 hours, whether you put it in when you in grammar school or you put it in when you're 25 and you realize you're behind the 8 ball. You got to get those 10,000 hours in. And this whole genius thing, the jobs that require a person to become genius, most people don't even want those jobs, right? When we talk the neurosurgeons and the astronauts and everything, those people, just people who dedicated a long time, went through the hoops and became successful at that particular job. But they did a selection process, they worked extra jobs or whatever. A genius, we are getting off track when we start talking about we can't be this, we have to be a genius to this. No, most of the things that we could do, all it requires is us putting in hours of work. The issue is when we get 23, 24, 25, it's hard to put in those hours because no one's forcing us to put those hours in, right? And just to look at you all, Bernard, Obsidian, and Game Changer, look, you all are putting in hours to become good radio talk show hosts, right? You find a purpose and you realize what it takes to put in those hours. And that's what y'all are doing. You're working on your craft, you're getting sound this, sound that. So you are becoming very efficient and proficient. The hours just need to be there. And that's pretty much it. It's no inferior, superior. We just need to put in the hours.
Well said, brother. I could tell you read Gladwell, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on now. You quoted him several times. I could tell you read Gladwell. Shout out to Malcolm Gladwell. But no, what he says about the 10,000 hours and the forms of parenting, is definitely pertinent in this argument. And it does show that we're suffering from cultural inferiority, not genetic inferiority. And what Businessman was saying about genius also applies as well. So very well put, brother.
Where does culture come from?
Oh my God. I mean, like he just gave, okay, so if you was raised by a tiger mom, Obsidian, you are more likely to be successful in academia or anything you attempt than if you were raised by a crack mom.
And our tiger moms, do they have lower or higher IQs, which is genetically determined for the most part than the proverbial?
Obsidian, find me a study that talks about the IQs of tiger moms, Asian American tiger moms, and you'll have your answer to that question.
I can answer it right now. Okay, Amy Chua, professor of law at Yale University, she taught J.D. Vance Hillbilly Elegy. Matter of fact, she was the one that encouraged him to write the book Hillbilly Elegy. And I can tell you what it takes, what kind of IQ it takes to get into Yale. One moment. I think it's around IQ around 140, I think. But that per using an SAT score.
Well, excuse me, you're using an SAT score to determine IQ?
I said it was what I said to Pablo earlier was that they are interrelated.
Obsidian, what is the IQ of this woman that you speak of?
Amy Chua?
Yes.
I would say that the estimate, I would say, and I'm looking it up right now to get into Yale.
No, what is her IQ?
I'm answering your question right now. Hold on a second.
Okay.
One moment.
Bernard, you're muted.
Damn it. Okay. So if we're talking about Asian American tiger moms, and the question on the table for whatever reason is what is the average IQ of what is the average IQ of a tiger mom? Pointing out one individual who went to Yale. I mean, unless going to Yale was a prerequisite to be a tiger mom, then you could look at the Yale average IQ. But other than that, then I don't think you're able to adequately answer Game Changer's question. I do think it's the case that moms who decide or opt to become tiger moms probably has a better IQ than a higher IQ than those who are crack mamas or just baby mamas in general.
That would also be true.
So that much is hold on, wait, time out. This is very important. So again, even if we're behind the curve in terms of IQ right now, goes back to what Game Changer has said, that we operate in a culturally inferior type of way, to where if we righted the wrongs culturally and establish new cultural social norms, then that would balance out or equalize the area where there's a problem. I think Game Changer is making a simple point that we all can agree with, even if we acknowledge that, okay, Asians let's take black people out of it. Asians on average are have higher IQs than Mexicans, and genetics have something to do with it. I don't think there's nothing wrong with saying that, well, Mexicans should try doing A, B, C, and D, and whatever their genetic max average IQ is, they should try to do A, B, C, and D to achieve that. And even if it's equal or a little lower than Asians, oh well, they maxed out. I think that's all Game Changer is saying. We're not trying to max out.
That would make sense, and I would 100% agree with you. But I am going to just pose the question again to Game Changer.
What's up?
Are you saying that what Bernard just stated, or are you saying, and I'll use his same analogy, no, only if the Mexicans were able to change their culture or whatnot, they would be equal or superior to the Asians, point blank?
I don't know. I don't know for Mexicans.
And that's what you're saying.
I mean,
but you're saying that for black people in a definite.
Well,
I think he's just rooting for he's rooting for the home team.
Well,
that's the only difference that I'm saying. That's the only difference that I'm saying is that's an unknown. We don't know that.
Okay. Once again, it's my theory based on the ones that do. We do have for a low percentage of people who are actually raised to be high academic achiever, we have a high percentage of academic achievers, given all things given. I'm saying that of the ones who are raised properly, which is very few in our community, we do have high success ratios amongst those.
Okay, I heard your argument.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true for Mexicans. If it is true for Mexicans, then I would say it's the same thing.
Okay. So, but we all agree here that one thing we can say that we agree on is that all cultures are not equal. Yeah. That all cultures do not produce equal results.
Yeah.
We all agree on that. Okay. So my question to you, Game Changer, would be, why is it such a problem in the 21st century for black people to adopt a superior culture?
Because we have people like yourself in it.
Uh-oh.
You
What's
see,
going on
here's the
there?
thing. If you have a parent who begins with the, supposition that, oh, IQ, we can't do it. How dare you even think
I
that?
never stated any of those
Yeah,
things.
I know. I said think. I didn't say state. So if we have
You don't know
people,
what I think. You have
Jesus
no
Christ,
idea what I think.
Jesus Christ. Okay,
You
so
have no idea what I think.
okay, fair enough, fair
You
enough.
threw me in it
Fair,
by saying a
fair,
person like
fair enough,
me,
fair
but I'm
enough,
just saying,
SKC.
hey, you don't know
Fair
what I
enough,
think.
SKC.
All right.
The reason that we don't is because we have people in our community that think we can't. You see, because we have people in our community that believe this crack rock or jump shot theory, we do not encourage our kids to, become academically superior and sound because we don't believe that they are capable of doing so. It is that thinking that keeps us culturally inferior in this regard.
So their thinking is
Their thinking is a reflection of how they will parent, and their parent is the cultural inferiority. Yes.
so do you think that that sort of thinking could be linked to, let's say, a
IQ.
lower IQ?
No. It's expressed in the book. I have it right here. Brainwashed by Tom Burrell. And here it says, uh, Black people are not dark skinned white people. Saying, well, here, I'm not going to read this right now because I got to go. But what I will say is that no, there's a reason behind that. But once again, you stating that will reflect the type of parent that you will be, and it will further the culture of inferiority.
I don't think it will reflect the type of parent that SKC will be. I think it reflects the type of parent that SK think them niggas over there will be.
Yeah, it's always the other ones, and I'm gonna do a video on this later because it's ridiculous, and I gotta go. But the name of the book is Brainwashed by Tom Burrell.
But if GC, if I could get your general point here, is that and I think we all can agree on this, that look, there are some things culturally wrong with Black folks. If we fix these cultural problems, we can fix all of our problems. It's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy, but we can do it. Is that just your general point?
I'm saying that we could fix that particular problem. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. What I'm hearing is a can-do attitude, and I don't think it should get that much pushback. You did say something that did sound like you were. You said something that did sound a little Hotepian, but I think you kind of cleared it up. But overall, what I'm hearing is a can-do attitude, in that we're not trying. We're behind in a race, and we're jogging. We're not even running to catch up. But anyway.
Well, and that's because of it's an inferiority complex combined with I want to be the 1 in 10,000 Negro.
Oh,
I'm just throw it out there.
You throw that you throwing out that Django.
Throwing out the Django.
So game changer. Let me ask you a question.
I was about to finish the Django quote, but go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Hold on, wait. I want Game Changer to finish the Django quote. Go ahead.
Okay, so
go ahead.
So Django, in his belief that he was a 1 in 10,000 Negro. Now, we don't actually know if he was a 1 in 10,000 Negro simply because he was the only one that was freed and trained as a bounty hunter. He don't know what would happen if he trained other Black people as a bounty hunter. So he felt that because he received this 1 in 10,000 opportunity, that he was genetically a 1 in 10,000 Negro, and he can refer to other Negroes as them, they, or their. Follow me. And as a result of this, he didn't really care about the regards of the other brothers in captivity. When he freed himself from the LeQuint Dickey Corporation, did he arm the other brothers that were captive and say, let's go take this plantation? Or did he just go on his 1 in 10,000 Negro thing? You see, it's that thinking that keeps us in an inferior situation.
You want to. So you you think we should save the community?
I think that we should encourage others to save themselves. Just like Cain saved Django, Django could have saved others.
Well, he did save somebody. He saved his wife. He saved the woman that he loved. That was what he was about.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he could train others to be like him, which he didn't do for his wife, I don't think.
So
So
back to my question. My question was this.
that's my answer.
My question was this. So you heard the part where I said that in this particular intelligence study that blacks scored higher in verbal and language abilities. Thus, you have many Africans who can speak, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 different languages fluently, when the average European maybe only speaks 1 or 2, if lucky. So, what is wrong with the white people? Are they not trying hard enough in that area? What's the problem?
The problem is that everybody in the world is trained to talk to them. They're not trained to talk to anyone else. So yeah, I guess there's a lot less nurturing going on there.
Pablo, you're muted. I don't know if you.
No,
I don't know if
I'm
you.
just wanting to hear the response because.
No, that's the response.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's a. I'm not an elitist, GC. A lot of people have heard me state that on a lot of occasions. Nevertheless, I think being a bit more balanced than just saying, "Hey, people could compete if they had a bit more nurturing." I could go that far, but to get to the part of saying that people would excel other people, no, that's a foregone conclusion. And I understand all of the we and all, but it just doesn't make sense scientifically. And if you follow, if you just follow the the Human Genome Project, it debunks all of that. So
No,
I don't
it
know,
doesn't.
Vera. I don't know
Okay,
how you could go step that far.
okay. Let me show you the power of change of culture. And in fact, we can do this with several different cultures, perhaps thousands throughout history. But let's start with the Germans. The Germans were considered barbarian, savage, way behind the Romans in every way, academically, except physically, because Northern Europeans tend to be taller and stronger than Mediterranean peoples. Outside of that, they were behind the curve of Germans in or excuse me, of Romans in each and every single way. Then, once the Germans learned to change their culture to mirror something more like the Romans, then what happened? Well, where was Rome? Where was Germany at during World War II versus Italy during World War II? Who became the greater superpower over time? Same genetics, different culture, far different results. Who became technologically superior? Who became academically superior? Who became, superior in the ways that nations determine superiority? That was the Germans. They started at a deficit, a severe deficit to the Rome, almost to the point where they were being colonized. Now, this is also true for various different fashions. There's Spaniards, Celtics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The list goes on and on. Once you change your culture to one that serves its people better and allow them to achieve their full potential, you gain leverage over those who refuse to.
I agree with you on that. I've seen the same studies via Thomas Sowell with the Scots and the Japanese concerning their adoption of technology such as the train and the watch and the camera and so forth. Yes, I get all of those things,
They
but
adjusted their culture.
but you used a word in there. You said that they learned to adjust their culture. No, they didn't learn it. They just did it. There's no
So when I
learning
say when I
involved in that. It's a
excuse me.
there is a one of the things that Soul wrote about was that the Japanese, when they found out how far behind they were when it came to technology such as the train, the watch, the camera, they were depressed as a people, and then they stated, "Whoa, we have to work around the clock on these type of technologies and this way of thinking. They adopted it. But the very first thing that came into fruition was that they had to acknowledge that their way was completely wrong.
Okay.
Black people aren't doing that.
I know. Hold on, but time out.
If I can respond to him, please. If I can.
Yeah, go ahead, GC. I think you're gonna go right where I was gonna go. Go ahead.
Okay. What you describe as adapted or realized, that's what I meant when I said learn. When they adapted, the culture of the people that did invent the train, the watch, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's what I mean by learn. And that's what I was referring to when I said, when I was talking about the Germans.
And they were able to do this within 50 years.
But hold on. I think the big part of the reason why we don't do that, because just like you said, when they realized how far they were behind, they got practically depressed. They start working tirelessly to fix it. I think with us, when we realize how far we behind, instead of working tirelessly to fix it, we take that same, we put that same energy in blaming racism and oppression and white supremacy and all of that.
It's worse than that. It's
which is stupid to do.
Right, quick. What we do when we realize that we're far behind, we say they're far behind, I'm fine, and then we just go from there.
Which is a stupid thing to do.
I agree, which is why I want to make. That's why I was trying to get someone to say we as opposed to they, so we can get into that state of depression and do something about it. But nope, we just say that that's them niggas' problem, and we stay stagnant.
Well, here's the problem that I have with the whole analogy. You're leaving out something with regard to Roman history. The Romans defeated the Germans. As a matter of fact, in the very beginning of the film Gladiator, Marcus Decimus Meridius is leading the Roman army in a siege against the Germans. And he says to his captain, this captain says to him, people should know when they're conquered before they begin the siege. So the Germans changed because the Romans whooped their ass and they didn't have any choice but to change, which is the reason why today the Germans have the Roman Catholic Church, not the other way around.
Okay. I don't understand what the problem is with it. I did state that the Germans began in an inferior position to Rome. I did state that.
Yes, GC, and this is not to you, but I'm saying in general, one of the major issues with Black people.
If I can get Obsidian to respond to this, because I'm curious of why that was stated. Like,
Why what was stated?
When I was saying that the Germans started off in an inferior position to Rome, I stated that. And yes, Marcus Aurelius did defeat several German tribes. That's part of their inferiority. And then I gave a contrast into where they are now. Why did you reiterate that they were inferior to Rome?
Because a big part of improving is knowing that you're beaten.
Correct. That has to come first.
Mm-hmm.
Because you cannot learn to take on a greater culture if you don't accept that yours sucks.
Yes, I do accept that ours suck. That's why I say we should improve the culture and we will academically win like the Germans did.
No, it's not about the whole thing about improving the culture. There are elements of the culture that you have to completely cut out and get rid of. Take for instance, like when you were talking about all of these different nations that
y'all want to be right so bad that y'all just looking for shit and just rewording the same shit that you were wrong about before. Fuck this conversation.
Okay.
All right, thanks for having me, Bernard.
Man, y'all was like so close to just agreeing to agree.
We do agree to agree, but they're trying to rephrase it as if this is the shit they were saying all along so they could feel righter. This shit's annoying.
Who is saying anything about being right?
Oh, God.
Exactly.
All right, peace.
Yeah, peace. Okay, let me try. Let me hold on real quick. I'm gonna hold on real quick. Stop. Everybody stop for a second. I'm gonna shout out my super chats and then I'm gonna try to see if I could land the plane on where the disagreement went on at. But shout out to Great Britain. SKC says SKC has a point. If we are to accept the positive stereotypes, fast twitch, more muscle, physique, etc., then we have to accept the negative tropes. Thank you, Great Britain. I appreciate that. Mr. C in the building, he says, brother Muzone from The Wire said that most dangerous thing in America was N-word with a library card. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. DJ Naff says Bernard is a great moderator. I don't think he gets enough credit for that. DJ Naff, thank you for that, DJ Naff. I try. And DJ Naff also comes back and says, in my opinion, the main reason we focused on physical ability is because many of us didn't know we had the ability to learn or tap into our mental abilities until later in life, if at all. Thank you for that super chat, DJ Naff, Mr. C, and Great Britain. All right. Y'all were pretty much agreeing with each other when Game Changer said that we have to realize our culture is messed up and then improve it. Y'all just said the same thing, but in different words. You have to realize defeat, accept defeat, and then throw away the bad parts of the culture and replace them with good parts. Wait a minute. I'm not hearing people who disagree right there. And I think all of us on the panel, Game Changer included, can agree that in our realizing that we're losing, that we just spend too much time talking about what them did to us that caused us to lose instead of focusing on what we need to do right now, what we need to do better, what we need to stop doing, and what we need to start doing. I think we all agree on that. So it's like arguing just to argue at this point. Like, where is the problem? I don't see the problem.
Comes from the lack of external pressures. And that was the reason why I highlighted the fact that the Germans were defeated by the Romans, despite the disparities in size and, individually German to Roman. The Romans were more technologically advanced, and they imposed pressures on them. The Germans didn't voluntarily say, you know what, man, them German guys over there doing pretty damn good. Let's do what the Germans did. No, they were forced to do it. It was an external pressure. Let's use another example. In Iraq, under Saddam Hussein.
Well, hold on. Before you go to that, hold on, wait, real quick. Time out. Before you go to the other example, are you saying that somebody needs to impose external pressures on Black people?
What I am saying is, if we're going to take a Thomas Sowell-esque survey of other world cultures around the world through different periods in history, those areas, the Scots, for example, excellent engineers. We see this in the character of Montgomery Scott, also known as Scotty in Star Trek. Excellent engineers. Adam Smith comes from there, the Highlands of Scotland. They were conquered by the Roman Catholic Church era Brits, and they imposed on Scots the English language, just like they imposed it on the Irish. They imposed it on them. There was no choice in the matter. And if you read Sowell, this same situation takes place around the world. Now, Black folk chafe at the idea of colonialism. We don't like colonialism for good reason. But see, what they don't want to admit is that a lot of good things came out of colonialism too.
Yep.
That was the imposition of an external pressure. What does that have to do with us? I think what happened with us, we had better life outcomes across the board. No, we didn't produce a whole bunch of Harvard and Yale and Princeton scholars. One of the reasons was due to discrimination, but that's not the only reason, because again, the Jews were discriminated against as well, and they found a way to excel. And we do have Black people. W.E.B. Du Bois is one of them, who went to Harvard at the height of Jim Crow. They had, strange fruit hanging from trees and stuff. So my point is that Black folk did have a degree of higher levels of life achievement, marriage, education, employment, everything until the mid-1960s. The main mistake we made, we being Americans, the main mistake we made is that if everybody were free, we would all be the same. That's not true. It's just not.
I agree.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is that, one, we need to realize that we're free, realize that we've been doing some things the wrong way, and start doing things the right way, the way that works to produce a better result.
Well, that takes us back to the Tiger Mom example. Whatever her IQ, Amy Chua, who wrote the book, we know one thing is true. Asian moms get better results with their kids than black moms do. Period. We can debate how we got there, but at the end of the day, they're getting better outcomes than black moms are getting.
Okay, so you're saying we need to culturally change some things up and do something different to get a better result.
I'm suggesting, and this is where I fall on it, because my position is if height is genetically determined, so is IQ. And what I'm saying is most black moms can't produce that because they don't have the same IQ.
Okay, so are you saying then there's nothing we could do? We just genetically are what we are, and we're just going to perform the way we perform?
I say that we can, nudge and nibble around the edges, but IQ is incredibly genetic, just like height is, just like eye color is.
Okay, so it's
And
not a whole lot.
culture flows from IQ. Culture comes from people, not the other way around.
Okay, so you're saying it's not a whole lot we can do to fix the larger problems.
No. Not without major external pressures on it. No. In a free consent society, you're going to have people that do what they want to do. And there's not a lot you can do about it. Not in a free consent society way that we would accept. Now we're talking about China. Yeah, we can do that. We can impose on them. We can lock them up. We can move them here and move them there, make them do stuff. But in a free consent society, no, you can't.
Okay. So
and the people who willingly self-select will be small. This goes back to my argument with regard to reading studies, to reading scores with young boys.
Hold on, time out. None of that matters. You said genetics. Done.
That's what I'm getting at. I tried to find a breakout for girls. I have not been able to locate it. If anybody can, please let me know.
I found it before, and I was shocked to find out that nobody in this country can read. Black boys were at the bottom, but it wasn't like black boys were reading at like 10% proficiency and everybody else was at 90%. No, everybody else was pretty low as well. It was crazy. Okay. But that was a while ago when I found that, but I couldn't find it either. I was Googling while we was on the air. I couldn't find it just now.
My position is with regard to that, and asking the line of questioning I did earlier regarding Stefan Labasse, whatever one may think of him personally. He's saying the
same. Labasse.
Yeah. He had made a statement in response to a question that a sister asked him. The question was, we're doing all the work. We're going to the seminars, we're reading the books. These are forms of teaching. Black men aren't doing that. Where are they? His response was, I do write books for men. But what I find is that men don't read those books. They use audio books and YouTube videos for learning.
Okay.
I have heard several other big name black male authors say something very similar, that black men don't read like that. I am suggesting, and these statements were made relatively recently. I am suggesting that the information that we got from the article I read earlier, which has turned up in several other citations elsewhere, and putting that together with what Steph said and other black male authors, prominent black male authors that I know. If I said the names, you know who they are immediately. I'm saying there's a there. And what's interesting, what you said, Bernard, about it not being fair to put an undue burden on the black manosphere because YouTube is an entertainment medium, and my response was to cite Jordan Peterson. It's who came to whose name to fame, who came to prominence as a direct result of YouTube. He says it himself.
Oh, well, now that I know that you just mean just having an intelligent, intellectual conversation, I think we had, even though it was, a little animated at times, but I think we had a pretty intellectually and stimulating conversation right now. I thought you were talking about.
But what I'm asking,
I thought you were talking about something different. So I don't think it's an undue burden because we just did it today.
What I'm asking though is, can YouTube take the place of a book? Can an audio book take the place of a book? Based on the studies, since I am an author and it's my job to know these things, the answer is no. With regard to YouTube, hold that for a second. With regard to audiobooks, the answer is no. Why? Because In the United States, even though audiobooks have jumped like something like 36% in the past few years, it still makes up less than 10% of total book sales, like 7.9% here in the United States. That's a fact. So we know that audiobooks cannot take the place of books. Now, can YouTube videos take the place of books for black men? That's an open question. If you're asking me gun to my head, I'm saying no. I don't see much evidence within the black manosphere itself of YouTube videos being sufficient on par with books, and that being demonstrated in the material that's being produced in the black manosphere writ large.
You saying the material being produced by you?
But writ large. I'm talking about black manosphere overall.
Oh, okay.
I don't see much evidence of that. Now,
right.
is there evidence of it in pockets in certain creators and stuff like that? Yeah, but overall, no. Think of. Let's do it this way.
I'm not even trying to just. I'm not trying to hose down the black manosphere. It's enough of that going on. I ain't doing it.
What do you mean hold them down?
Like.
I don't understand what that means. What do you mean hold?
I'm not trying to beat them up. That was a bad reference.
That's interesting.
That was a bad.
I'm not beating anybody up.
No. You're not. I just said no. I mean, what I'm saying.
And that's another point. And that's another point.
I'm saying, I'm going to make my point.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, I know where you're going. And
where am I going?
I'm saying,
where am I going with it?
No. I said I don't want to go that way. So don't ask me where you're going. So then you're forcing me to talk about where you're going, and then we're having a conversation that I said I didn't want to have. All I'm saying is that it's enough of the manosphere where a lot of what people do in the manosphere is just criticize the manosphere. I'm staying out of that critique of the manosphere and what everybody doing and what he talking about, what this person talking about, what they talking about over there, what them doing, and I ain't getting into that. I'm just doing my content on the subject. That's so I'm. So
let's go back to the subject. All right.
Obsidian. I have the like. Come on.
You said you wanted to comment on the subject. Okay.
I know, but I was still talking. Sodomy and chicken in the. Oh, thank you. Sodomy and chicken in the building with a $5 super chat. He said the Swedes will go on beating us for a long time, but eventually they will teach us how to beat them. Peter the Great. Thank you for the super chat, and I do appreciate that. Also, who else do we have in here? I appreciate everybody coming through on the super chat in supporting the stream. Did I already read that one? I think I already did that one. Carolina Trucker B in the building. He says, but bad influence social media sends the wrong along the frequency, and our emotions clouds our logic thinking, just like our votes. They'll sell you a dream using code words and how to say it. That's why majority of us in hypnosis. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Friedman's Journal in the building. Do appreciate you coming through on the super chat. And he says, is it our culture though? Okay. He says, the only subgroup that unite around dysfunction are black people. There will always be some type of dysfunction. Will black people ever let the dysfunctional black people be the failures of their own making? Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. He's Stefan / educated Tyrone in the building. He says, Obsidian is wrong. LOL. IQ is more similar across races within one racial group. A biologist could explain better than me. Obviously, I'm not even.
Can I respond to
that? Very briefly.
Yeah. Well, number one, I never claimed that was true. I never said that IQ was dissimilar. I never used any comparison to other races. I was talking about black people. But since you bring up that point, you're actually right. In the bell curve, they talk about that. You can have a whole bunch of bright black people within the overall cohort of black people that aren't so bright compared to whites, but you can also have a whole bunch of white folks who are not so bright. And see, that's the point that the white nationalists will never admit to. Just because I said that IQ was genetic didn't mean that it must be compared to other races. All I said, just like height can't be, just like if we were talking about height, we wouldn't say, well, let's compare ourselves to the Norwegians. Let's compare ourselves to the Ukrainians. No, it's just height is genetic, the end. It is. height is determined largely by genetics. So is IQ. And here's the other thing that cracks me up about that, Bernard. We black men will accept the white man's metrics when it comes to basketball, baseball, used to be baseball, used to boxing. We'll accept the Wonderlic test and the de facto IQ test in the NFL. We'll accept that. But no, we don't want to accept Stanford Binet IQ test. No. I think it's because we do know what's going on here.
Yeah. I don't know what you mean by your point is generally true. There are aspects of science that we accept. There are aspects that we don't. But me being able to dunk on somebody, that's not a white man's test telling me I could dunk on somebody. I just dunked on a motherfucker.
In other words, we would expect white men's standards of measurements of human achievement when it looks good for us. And
exactly. That's true.
Those measurements of achievement when it looks bad for us.
That is correct.
And that was my point, Bernard, when I talked about the scoring in the areas of language and artistic abilities. Then nobody had a problem with it when I said, oh yeah, you beat everybody in this. But when I said, okay, well, over here, there's a deficiency. Why don't we just lean into the areas that we have a better aptitude?
Yeah.
Have more Johnny Cochrans and have more Johnny Cochrans and more Willie Garys. Look them up, Google them.
Right.
No, and I think I don't know why the conversation necessarily went off the rails. I mean, Game Changer did kind of word it kind of not quite right at first, but at the end of the day, what he was saying, the areas where we're deficient, let's make sure that we dot every I and cross every T to close the gap as much as possible so we can compete as best as we possibly can. I think that's a statement that shouldn't get that much objection.
Well,
the only part
is when he said, I asked him, I said, so do you think we'd be superior? And then he said, yes.
Yeah, that's where he went.
I ain't with you.
And
that's where he went the wrong route.
And not only was that argument wrong.
Go ahead.
Not only was that argument wrong, but the premise with regard to Django Unchained wrong. In the movie Django Unchained, Candyland, which was the plantation where Django's wife, Broomhilda, was being held against her will, in the climactic action scene where the mansion and everything is destroyed and all the white members are killed, the black slaves were actually freed. Now, an argument could be made, well, Django didn't go in there and deliberately free the slaves. Okay, that was a byproduct, if you will, of the action that went on. But the point is made, the slaves were freed.
Yeah,
I think he was. I know what part of the movie he was referencing because I saw him do a breakdown of that before, and he was just showing the imagery. He did a full review of the movie Django. This was a while ago, and the part it was a part where he was talking about where he escaped, and it was other guys there,
right.
And it was subtle, and I don't even know if Quentin Tarantino did it on purpose, even though I wouldn't put it past him. But it was a moment where Django could have actually Game Changer coming up to explain this. Hold on, wait, let me put the link in there. But there was a legit moment when Django got the guns and was headed back there. Mm-hmm. Those other people that were captured with him, he could have, been like, hey, he could have armed them and said, hey, let's go do this, let's go do that, or something like that. But Game Changer could come up and explain it. But it was almost like these niggas ain't about that. It was almost like I'm one in 1,000. These are the other.
What if he is? But what if he is?
Okay, but
Django was exceptionally talented. We see in the film where he's practicing his gunslinging skills. He has excellent hand-eye coordination, timing, aiming, marksmanship. What if he is a 1 in 1,000 type dude like that? All black men can't be expert marksmen.
To quote Game Changer, to quote Game Changer in the movie review that he did about 2 years ago, he said, literally from the time that movie started, that the movie took place, like literally 5 years later, there was literally an army of black men with guns who were fighting the fight. So I mean, it's like.
But his job wasn't to fight the fight. His job was to save his wife.
That is true.
That was his job. His job was to save everybody. His job was to save his wife.
All right, go ahead, Game Changer.
So the point I was making years ago, and thank you for remembering that video, was that what Django realized that he can do is that in 5 years, in a year or so, he can learn to read and shoot. We now know that most every non-retarded Negro can read and shoot. So yeah, he is not 1 in 10,000. See, what Django didn't realize and what Kane did is that he had a lot of untapped potential. Django believed, and this is something that that Calvin Candy deliberately instilled into him, so there wouldn't be an uprising. He said, "You are 1 in 10,000 Negro. No sense in going around training others. You are exceptional. So just don't unite with your own kind." And this was made clear when D'Artagnan was killed on the request of Django. You see, Kane looked at D'Artagnan as a Negro with potential, much like Django. He looked at him as not only that, he's like, this is somebody that can be trained and nurtured to be something greater than what he is now. Django says, no, he's one of the other 9,999 Negroes. Go ahead and feed him to the dog while I get my shit. See, that is the thinking that keeps black people behind. Excuse me.
Well, let me respond by saying, again, Django wasn't in the business of insurrection. He was in the business of saving his wife, A.
Okay,
B,
can I respond to that?
Let me finish.
Either.
He said A. Hold on, wait. He said A, and you said B. I take it you're not going to make it all the way to Z. It's just going to be like an A, a B, and maybe a C?
No. Just wanted to make the B point.
Okay. Which
is, and this goes back somewhat to the college piece. I think Pablo, both Pablo and Supreme King Kun may agree with me on this point. The HBCUs were never designed to be on par with a tier 1 school like Harvard, Stanford, MIT. What they were designed to do, in my opinion, y'all tell me if I'm wrong, what they were designed to do was to create a professional black professional class. So you would not have necessarily, super standout scholars, but you would have a competent professional professional class that could, at the time at least, because it was still segregated, would serve a practical function as well as an inspirational one. So you saw people in your neighborhood, doctors, dentists, lawyers, bricklayers, that sort of thing. They served a practical purpose because you couldn't get those white folks inside because of segregation, but they also served the inspirational purpose as well. You as a child, you could look up to those people. They would be venerable people in your neighborhood. They were not there to serve as, or to be, world class, Nobel Peace Prize level, Rhodes Scholar level institutions. Am I right or wrong, Pablo and SKC?
Yes, you are correct. That is the original.
Okay, so people went to HBCUs. I agree. Not to get really educated, just so they can come back home and play dress up and say, "Look at me, I got on a doctor's suit."
That's not the point. That wasn't the point.
That's not what
can I respond, please?
What my point is this: W.E.B. Du Bois went to Fisk.
What? You said B.
Hang on. W.E.B. Du Bois went to Fisk before he went to Howard. To Harvard. Okay, at a time where it was unheard of. W.E.B. Du Bois to this day is recognized as the elite of black scholars. There will always be the elite anywhere you go. Always. And when taking it back to Django, even if he trained other black men to shoot, how many of them would shoot as well as him? Even if he did. The problem with black folk is that we have a problem with black people, the best being the best. That's the problem we have. We don't like certain black people being really stand out and being the best. We don't like that. That's the problem. It's not the problem of training other black men to shoot or helping other black people to succeed. The problem is a lot of black people have a problem with certain black people being the best, especially when it comes to the gray matter.
I will add
Okay,
into
okay,
Hold on,
go ahead.
GC was responding to this.
Okay, so I agree with Obsidian's last part. The problem is that we have a problem with the best being the best. Django wanted to be the best. Therefore, he's not going to teach others, some of whom may be potentially better than him. Now, if he were to train 10,000 Negroes, how many of them will shoot better than him? I don't know. I will say that they will shoot better than they would were they not trained. You see, that's something that Cain knew that Django didn't know. Cain was willing to, once again, save D'Artagnan and things like that. And then when you say, that wasn't Django's mandate to, uplift the other black slaves, well, it wasn't Cain's mandate to do that either. He was searching for the Schaefer brothers. Django was freed in his endeavor, or in his quest to wrangle up some fugitives. And then he said, okay, where do we go from here? It would be wrong of me to just leave you out there to wander around free. So I'm going to train you and nurture you to be a champion and to free your wife. That is what I am going to do. Django didn't feel the same way. Django said, okay, I'm about to get mine, nigga, figure it out. That is the difference between that. You see, Cain seen potential in blacks that Django didn't, because he thought that he was the 1 in 10,000 Negro. And he's not going to train others to realize that he's average at best, maybe.
The difference between Django times and today is that the tools, abilities, and access already exists for them to acquire those abilities that Django had. There are shooting schools, there are schools for tactical training, and all of these things are available to the quote-unquote former slaves. So they can acquire all of the skills, knowledge. There's the military they can join. There are more than a few options available to the modern day quote-unquote former Negro slave to improve himself. Whether he takes advantage of it or not is up to him. Therefore, I do not save the community.
Not only that, I'll take it a step further. The United States Marine Corps, and by the way, Thomas Sowell was one, and he was a shooting instructor. He was a marksmanship instructor when he was in the Marine Corps. Do you know who the ones that rank the lowest on marksmanship among the various races in the United States Marine Corps? Black men.
Say that again. I wouldn't.
Did you know? Now, if you know anything about Marine Corps philosophy, there's a saying. I was raised by several generations of Marines, so I know Marine Corps doctrine very well. There's a saying among Marines. There's the rifleman's creed, and there's a saying among Marines: every Marine a rifleman. In other words, they of all the armed services, they place really strong emphasis on every Marine being proficient with the rifle, with the pistol. The test for shooting in the Marine Corps, if you break it down by race, black men do the worst consistently. It's gotten to be so bad that the wokeness thing, we got to get diversity. We got to, we got to bridge the gap and all this sort of thing. So even if Django put his mission on hold to save his wife, which was time sensitive, the film shows us that. The film shows us that, he didn't just have all day and all night to go and get his wife.
Yeah, he had to hurry up and get back there.
Right. Even if that were taken out of the equation, and he could take the time to train these guys, how many of them would be able to hit the broadside of a barn, let alone be a sharpshooter like Django? Scaling yourself takes a lot of work. And see, I don't believe that I'm some kind of, magical Negro or anything like that. And the proof of that is my own Mumia Obsidian Ali experience course based on my book. I want to scale more brothers like me. I want to replicate myself. I don't have a Highlander syndrome. The problem is how many brothers want it.
Well, on
Well,
that,
if you're
it's like
asking,
hold on. It's like, come on, man, hold on. And I'm not mad at you,
Real
GC,
quick.
or anybody. I'm just like, just
Go
let me
ahead.
jump in 1 second. When it comes to those things that GC and Obsidian were stating, really good points. Going back to the cultural piece, which I think is important. I don't think that it's black people that are saying, "Oh, we don't believe in, other black people being able to achieve this." That is the problem. No, there is a large segment of black people who fight tooth and nail against changing and adopting to a better culture. They literally say out of their mouths to other people that try to do different things that are more successful, that leads to more success. Oh, you're just trying to be white. Oh, you're just trying to be Asian. Oh, you're just trying to be Latin, etc. That is the problem.
Yeah, I think everybody on the panel agree with that. GC, you was trying to respond to Obsidian. Are you still there?
oh yeah, no, he was just saying, he wants to replicate himself into others, but he's getting very few takers. And I think I was just going to say that's because I don't think many black men want.
I don't think you know that he's getting very few takers. Obsidian, you didn't just say you were getting very few takers, did you?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh,
Yeah,
you get a lot of takers. So
I said, how many men want to scale up to guys who have a demonstrated track record of success? And I do have it.
Mm-hmm.
Want to talk about black relationships? I have a demonstrated track record of success. Want to talk about being successful as a businessman? I have a demonstrated track record of success. Want to talk about being a professional author at a very high level, #1 bestseller? I have a demonstrated track record of success, etc., etc., etc.
So if you're asking how many black men want to be successful, I would say a great many.
Obsidian. Okay, never mind. That was
like I mean, in the things that you said, like how many black men want to be successful? A great many. That's
a successful businessman.
Yeah, a successful businessman. How many black
you just
men
said that?
Successful businessmen? A great many.
How many black men want to be successful in relationships?
I would say all of them. I mean, are you saying that there's a bunch of black men that want to be unsuccessful in relationships?
I just asked the question. I don't know.
Yeah, I would say a great many also. Yeah.
Okay. So if the argument is that me, Game Changer, Pablo are suffering from Highlander syndrome, I cannot speak for them. I only speak for myself. I do not. My actions are in alignment with the idea of scaling myself, scaling it up.
But if you said the IQ is low and there's nothing that could be done about it, then you might be doing a fool's errand then.
Also bad shooters.
Pardon?
Also bad shooters.
Well, no, not if you aim for the top 10%.
Okay, that's fair.
And that is what I'm doing. I'm aiming for the top 10% of men.
Sodomy and Chicken in the building. He said the Swedes will go on beating us for. Oh, yeah, I already read that one. Thank you for that super chat. I do appreciate that. Shoot. Hold on here. Don't nobody move. Where was I? Maurice says Highlander syndrome. We just addressed that. Great Britain in the building. He says GC is right. If you give an individual an opportunity to cultivate themselves out of a dire culture to a positive one, they usually strive. Dr. Ben Carson. Excuse me. Adonis 9. Hold on, real quick. Adonis 1909 says jealousy / envy is a heck of a drug. Shout out to Charles Merchant. Says Kobe Bryant did not get tutelage from Michael Jordan. Actually, he did. It was found out after Kobe died. Well, actually, no, it was out there for people who really went and looked for it. They actually talked all the time. Kobe would call them at 3 a.m. asking them questions about basketball. And
wow.
Yeah.
That makes sense though. The Kobe does. We know
he did.
Studious. We know that.
Yeah, and he did emulate him all the way down to trying to walk and talk like him at the beginning of Kobe's career. But so he did emulate him. But then once they became close, they did have a big brother, little brother type relationship. But he says, "Stop the commie talk. Nobody owes you any." Oh man, I don't think we was doing that. I don't think that was happening here. Adonis 1909 in the building says, I served in the Marine Corps. I left 3 times. Esper qualified. Apply yourself. Anyone can be a sharpshooter when the basics are applied. Train.
And
Yeah.
that's one thing I wanted to bring up. But go, my bad.
And Nick Taylor in the building says, I was a designated marksman in the Army. A lot of folks in your chat know me, and there were very few of us blacks into that. Most didn't want it.
There you go.
So yeah, I do want to talk about that for a second, because that goes into the 10,000 hours that both Businessman and Michael Gladwell was talking about. You know, like if you are a young man who never picked up a gun, because you didn't have a father to take you to the range on the weekend or take you out back so you could shoot cans off the Mississippi barn or something like that, and then you join the Marines, you will be at an extraordinary disadvantage to the boys whose fathers did do that. You know, I mean, we as black people, particularly as black men, we feel that once a person is an adult, he started off at equal footing with those who were trained in a certain way, you know, for their entire life. And it's up to that individual adult to catch up. And this is true. It is. But if I can give my children an advantage, then I will. I think that thinking should be prevalent amongst the black population, but it's not.
Yeah, it's almost like you're saying, if we roll up our sleeves, try to do everything we can to dot every I, cross every T, we will increase our probability of success. It sounds like you're making a very simple point that we all should be able to agree with.
It is a very simple point, but you know what we do instead is we say that the statistics show that we are not good at this. Don't question why, assume it's genetics, and just not try in that endeavor because the statistics say that. Yeah, that type of thinking keeps a group of people behind almost indefinitely.
Well, what I would say in response to that is the single biggest teachers of both men and women are other women. And that kind of brings us round robin back to the Tina Knowles documentary. What role do black women play in the fact that black men overall have a reading proficiency of 10%? What role do black women play in that? And how does it manifest throughout black American life vis-a-vis the documentary? So the documentary starts with black men and the law, you know, the idea of being criminals and so on and so forth. So what do the statistics and the science tell us with regard to IQ, intelligence, and crime? And what role does black women have to play with that within that?
Well, I mean, not sustaining, or I think that her first job would be to assure that he has access to these things. And the first step in doing that is securing a proper father for him. But I don't want to make this about black women. I really want to, you know, talk. I mean, because your article really talks about what we're missing in order to close this literacy gap. So there's a great number of things, but to your point, single parent households are at an extraordinary disadvantage. And also to your point with the Marines, it's something that's obvious there, like hunting, shooting, and things like that. That's something that's passed down from father to son, from father to son, from father to son. So yeah, and that chain obviously in the black community in a lot of ways has been broken. And I don't want that to be confused with a genetic deficiency.
Well, here we go again with the with genes and, you know, the question of nurture and so forth. If we have black men that are disproportionately involved in violent crime, be it with themselves and with regard to the police, and we see this pattern, you know, persisting over time, clearly there is a cultural element at work, no doubt about it. But there is a question of genetics too, if we continue to produce under those conditions black men over time.
I don't see how that's a question of genetics at all.
Okay, so if we continue to produce black men who are more prone toward taking risks, more prone toward being reckless, have shorter time horizon orientation, less inclined or able to read or to be curious, would that create would that lay the groundwork for more criminality or less criminality?
Well, It depends on the type of risk they take. If they take risk in criminal endeavors, then it would mean that they are criminals.
Right. And we know statistically speaking.
Well, you know that there isn't a criminal gene, right?
Actually, that's not true.
Oh, really? Which one is it? What allele is it on?
There've been studies done here at the University of Pennsylvania, if I recall correctly. I can't remember the name of the particular researcher, but there have been studies that have been done that certain genetically based traits are more associated with criminal and antisocial behavior than others, and one of those would be risk taking. Another would be flouting of societal and social norms.
Well, let's do this. If you could bring up that study about the criminal gene, then yeah, please do. Please produce that.
Yeah, I have to look for it.
Hmm?
Yeah, I have to look. Let me stand by. I have to look for it.
Yeah, okay. Nevertheless, risk taking does not necessarily make one a criminal, but we're straying too far off topic. The point is that a lot of potential is being suppressed. And that's due to cultural, and that's due to Black culture. Now, instead of trying to access that potential, what we do as Black men is we say that the potential is genetically suppressed. There's nothing we can do about it. Everybody stand where they are.
Well,
I don't see a lot of Black men making that argument.
No, I think a very small percentage of Black men actually make that argument. I think the majority of Black people make it's racism holding us back argument.
Right. And I think that another a part of that segment of
but nobody, just to be clear, nobody has made that argument on this panel. I just want to be clear.
Right.
Nobody has made the racism is holding us back argument. All right.
Right. And along with the racism holding you back argument, I think connected to that by default is if you try to adopt cultural aspects that are superior to the to Black culture in general, you just want to be white. You just want to be this, that, or the other.
Yeah.
That is the major import that is holding Black people back, not Black men saying some type of genetic argument, or Black men or other people saying, oh, you're just not good enough. I don't see a lot of this Black inferiority going around telling everybody that you can't do this or you can't do that. No, a lot of people are saying, if you do this, then you are no longer Black. You brought up the point of what's his name? The neuroscientist, Ben Carlson.
Mm-hmm.
Black people today don't acknowledge Ben Carlson as being authentically Black.
That's true. That's true. He was called a coon. Her words, not mine, from a lady out of can't remember her name right now. Her name escapes me, but she's actually a theologian out of University of Pennsylvania. Some years back, she called him a coon. Black woman. I actually met her at the University of Pennsylvania. Called him a coon because she disagreed with him politically. So yeah.
I think
that is the majority of the Black voice. When you have people who are doing these great things, it is the Black collective at all that is stating that they do not want to be like those people because those people are no longer Black.
Well, once again, this goes to culture, and I'm saying that we are suffering from cultural inferiority, not genetic inferiority.
Well, what I would say,
how would you count it as cultural inferiority when the culture is saying there's nothing wrong with our culture? You wanting to be a part of this other culture or to take aspects of that culture and adopt it, that's the problem.
Okay,
SPC, you just reiterated.
Yeah,
you reiterated his point.
I'll do it. So, when we're talking about cultural inferiority, you are definitely suffering from an inferior culture when somebody achieves a level of superiority in the culture and you kick them out.
Right.
See, that means that there is no room for exceptionalism in your particular culture. That means that you have embraced that aspect of inferiority in your culture, and you suck as a culture.
I think I understand the confusion when Game Changer is saying cultural inferiority. SKC, I think you're not hearing him say that black culture is inferior to other cultures. Do you, are you
Correct.
hearing it that way?
Correct.
Okay.
I never. I guess it's difficult me for to grasp that because it seems odd to hold these two things in at the same time. That there's this great potential that could make one group superior, and at the same time, um, a non-acknowledgement that this culture sucks. I don't.
It was, but it wasn't a an acknowledgement. If he says it's inferior, he's saying it sucks compared to the other ones. That's why I'm
Right.
like, y'all can agree to agree. I
But
think that you,
who's the linchpin here? Again, tacking it back to Tina Knowles for a moment in his documentary. Who is the causal agent to say the culture sucks, we're going to change it? So Game Changer used the Germanic peoples, modern day Germany today, and the Romans and so forth. Okay. Was it the men that said, you know what, man, we gotta make some changes, or was it the women?
You're talking about in Germany?
Right. Was it the
happened,
men first,
well,
or was
it
it the
happened.
women?
Well, it happened gradually over generations,
Right.
and they weren't literate, at least in the Phoenician alphabet. So there's no way we could tell.
What I would like to suggest is that in the current situation that we're dealing with right now with black people, questions of culture, questions of Tiger moms and so forth, Princeton moms and all that. In my opinion, y'all may disagree. I think it's black women that have to, have this, this understanding or this realization that the culture sucks and we got to change it. I think black men can move the needle to some extent, but I think the major causal element is going to be black women for two reasons. One, they have the kids. Two, they teach the kids. But for the most part, single dads notwithstanding, and that reverberates out throughout the society, education, daycare centers, and so forth. I think that it's going to have to come from black women.
why couldn't men change the culture more?
Well, I think it would be at least both. But can I address Great Britain here?
Yeah, then I'll answer Bernard. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it says never says superiority. No, I was saying greater than or equal to, meaning that yes, we can outdo them. See, I think that y'all think that there's some type of magic there. And I could tell you, as a young man in Math Olympics and Mathletes and Mesa and things like that, that there's no magic. That there's no magic. There isn't a magic yellow gene, and we have a high Asian population here in the Bay Area. There isn't a magic gene that they possess that would make them better than us in these regards. I know because I competed with them in these regards. It's all nurture. So yes, we can win. Like I don't know what this defeatist attitude come from. Listen, we just got to do it more often and see it being done and not classify that person as not black when it is done, to actually see it done. I used to think that all Chinese people or all Oriental people knew Kung Fu. I thought that they all did. You see enough of them get their ass kicked and you realize that there's no magic there, period. And then when was the last time you seen an MMA champion from the Orient? You just got to see it. All right. So let's just teach our kids to do it. Let's just do it. And then we'll see that it can be done, and stop searching for equality. Start looking to better the competition, better to others. The fuck? Like just do it.
I agree with GC because I see a lot of the things that GC talks about up front, with my own kids and connections and all that stuff. Bernard, how often have you put up that graph that that I showed a long time ago about the different family setups of the different races
You
of
mean
people?
this one?
Okay, right. Now, if you take Great Britain's super chat down and you see the difference between the black and Asian. Okay, now I understand completely what GC is saying, and I agree with him. There is no magic yellow pill or any of it. No, a lot of it is nurture. He is absolutely correct. But answering the question with just do it does not solve 36% versus 85%.
I
It
said
doesn't
we have to
solve that.
change the culture. SKC, why are you doing this?
So
I-
no,
I-
I'm
I-
not. I'm not.
Hold on,
I'm
wait, game
not
changer,
fighting
game
you.
changer. Clarify what you said. Clarify what you said, GC.
No, the root of my argument is changing the culture and changing what appears on this graph. What I'm getting from what Great Britain and what a lot of people are getting at is, if we do these things, the best we can hope for is equality, that we will be on par with that, to which I say bullshit. Bullshit. Do you know how far along I would be if my parents raised me Asian? What the fuck? Let's ask Theo how far he is with his Negro genetics being raised by white mom. Like, come on now. Let's be clear. Let's ask Barack Obama. What the hell?
I agree. I
Okay,
agree
so let's
with.
agree to agree, brother. Let's agree to
Okay,
agree.
I agree with you.
So we agree to agree about the culture part. Now I want us to agree about this greater than or superior to. I
Okay,
want us to agree about that.
this is the part that I'm
When the
getting at you
Chinese
with.
when the Chinese wasn't doing better than the West, they didn't just say, "Hey, I think we should just try to get just underneath them or even with them." They said, "No, we about to
Yes.
roll up our sleeves and kick their ass," which they doing right now. So I think that's what
Absolutely.
GC's saying.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But all I'm saying to you is why are you going to that step at this point when there is nothing on the plate that can fix the 36 versus the 85 that is in writing? There's nothing that can fix that right now at all. It's that's like a pie in the sky type of thing. It's like, oh, let's just take over Europe. We can do it. We're great. Okay, well, what the hell? How you even get?
SKC.
How you going to get past the family issue first?
SKC, I didn't hear him say. I didn't hear him say let's fix it without fixing that 36% at the bottom. That's what other black people be trying to do. That's what the feminists be trying to do. That's what the far left liberal progressive social justice warrior the tear down the traditional nuclear family structure shit that was on the BLM website be trying to do. That is not what Game Changer is talking about trying to do.
And I'm not saying that that what Obsidian brought to in was absolutely correct. I'm curious, but because when you throw this graph up on the screen of what Obsidian was saying, good grief, what does anybody have an answer to that when he says, okay, I think that in order for you to get to anything that GC is even considering in any way, you have to get with these women.
You have to what?
You had this. You are going if you want to hold to this category of black, and you want that whole paradigm to change with this 36%. You're gonna have to change these women. I'm like, hey, I'm curious. Does anybody have an answer for that? I don't think the men alone can be able to change that 36% to that 85% and be able to compete.
Well, we can't even convince men that we're making sense right now. This is the early galvanizing stage. So yeah.
You know what's interesting about this documentary, and I am going to talk about it, but I'm more in detail. But I'll just say this now as it relates to the current point in the discussion.
Wait, hold on, before we pivot, Game Changer, do you have anything else on what SKC was laying out? But
no.
I get what.
No, I mean we're agreeing to agree at this point.
Yeah. That is the hard part. It goes back to what Obsidian been saying for a while. The biggest problem in Black America is not racism or white supremacy. It's the mere fact that black men and black women don't get along, and that's reflected in the numbers. So until that problem is fixed, there's a lot of other problems that won't be fixed. Until unless you believe that the leftist way of doing it makes sense. I mean, if you think it can be all done that way, then fine. But I don't think the major problem can be done that way. So then now the hard part is it's extremely difficult to change a culture. That's that. And that goes back to Obsidian's point when he was saying it normally takes some hard external forces that forces somebody to change. And seeing as we live in a free country, there's no forcing nobody to change. So yes, we could be saying all the right things, but at the end of the day, it could very well be just pissing in the wind because that's a strong possibility. And I don't see nothing wrong with if it's going down. I don't it's nothing wrong with people giving the giving the right answer as the shit goes down.
Right.
I don't think nothing wrong with that. If that's the right answer, somebody needs to be saying it.
Right.
Regardless of what the end goal end outcome is, somebody needs to be saying what's right.
Right. And the question I have with regard to the Tina Knowles documentary is this: are Black men satisfied with her production? I've heard a lot of Black women online have a lot to say that they clearly are not satisfied. We got that. But are Black men satisfied with it? Because if Black men are satisfied with it, then okay, we all go home. But the conversation goes in another direction if Black men are somewhat dissatisfied themselves. You were saying, Game Changer?
I was saying I didn't see it. I can't really answer.
What do you mean by with her production? You mean the look?
That is to say, are they satisfied with the documentary? Are they pleased with it? Are they satisfied with it? And so forth.
I haven't seen it, so I can't answer.
Yeah, we haven't seen it, but based off what I could tell from the videos, from the clips of it, and just listening to the interview, it don't sound like something that I'm particularly I don't think I'm going to be all that fond of it.
Okay. I don't want to go too deep in the weeds with it because there's only been my understanding of it. There's only been 2 episodes. I started watching it last night and I was already having some views about it, but I want to watch the whole thing. So that probably will be another week or so before I'm able to really go into it. But I say all that to say this: if we're going to change the culture, we being Black men, assuming we Black men decide that we want to do it, we kind of more or less get on the same page with it, then the next question becomes, how do we propose to impose that on Black women?
I don't think impose is the right word. I think
all right, persuade. How do we persuade Black women? Oh, fair enough. Persuade Black women. How do we persuade them? In Roland Fryer's acting white thesis, Harvard University, he said something in the thesis that was pretty profound. He said that, see, a lot of Black people think that this acting white thing is an even situation with Black girls and Black boys. It's not. That's not to say that it doesn't happen among Black girls, but it's much more profound and pronounced around Black boys. And it's not just Black boy to Black boy. They were talking about it. He was talking about it in terms of high school age social relationships and popularity. He didn't say this, so I want to be clear. He didn't say what I'm about to say. Here's what I took away from that, is that if you're a Black man or Black boy and you do very well in school, you kind of get derided by that by a lot of Black women. They see that as you kind of selling out and acting white. What can that mean with regard to this documentary, which starts off with stereotypes? This is their argument. I actually watched the documentary. Stereotypes about Black men being criminals. Tina Knowles shares a anecdote of being at the airport and a white lady coming up to her and asking her, your daughter is married to a gangster rapper. How did you let that happen? So the acting white piece has a gendered component to it that, in my opinion, nobody has really examined. And if we're going to change culture along the axis that Game Changer is suggesting, then how do we propose doing that if the best and brightest of black men are seen by most black women as acting white? What I noticed about the documentary with Tina Knowles is that, and she explained that, well, my son-in-law Jay-Z is a brilliant businessman. He is. But she never dealt with the statement, he was a gangster rapper. That what she was, offended by that. I'm not saying she doesn't have the right to be, but what the white lady said is true. And it is an interesting question. How did you let your daughter marry somebody that was a gangster rapper? It's a fair question. And why isn't Roland Fryer in that discussion about, black men being killed by black men when he's done the definitive groundbreaking research? Why isn't he there? Why is it that we got these brothers that are, we have to say this, kind of sketchy, they're on the margins. Why can't we see a Argyle sweater, lambskin on the wall to the hilt brother representing too? See, it goes back to my point.
Why can't Ian Rowe be there? Why can't Glenn Lowry be there? Why can't McWhorter be there? Why can't, it's like there's a long list of people, but again, just like you were stating, Obsidian, all of those people are not accepted by the black culture as a whole.
And who controls black culture? Who's the keepers of black culture? Who? Black women. I'm getting at a point here. I think you all see where I'm getting at. Now, if Roland Fryer is in the documentary, I take it back. If John McWhorter is in the documentary, I take it back. If Glenn Lowry is in the documentary, I take it back. If Ian Rowe is in the documentary, I take it back. If Randall Kennedy is in the documentary, I take it back. If Henry Louis Skip Gates is in the documentary, I take it back. Prove me wrong.
And that's what I stated at the very beginning of all of this, Bernard, is that one of the chief criticisms that I had just by looking at the promo was that it seems as though Tina Knowles, along with the OWN network, were not interested in listening to a certain segment of black men. They want to be the bearers of a particular image that they want to put out for black men instead of allowing black men or stepping out of the way and just letting black men give their own narrative. It doesn't make any sense. And it goes round back to I sense to some in the audience that, or in the chat, that will say, okay, SKC is just being a coon. He just hate black people and all this stuff. Okay, I get it. But you have to face up to the very real issue that the major problem that you are facing has little to nothing to do with racism. It has to do with the acceptance that a lot of the culture is trash. And if you keep falling behind this thought of, I can't be like this people, I can't be like this people, I can't be like that people, because my people will not accept me, you're going to continue to fail.
All right, we at the 5-hour mark. Great time to tap out. SKC just left. Thank you, SKC. I was in the middle of what was going to be a monologue, and I saw SKC say something interesting. I dropped the link, then he hung out for 4.5 hours. So shout out to SKC. I do appreciate him. Man, I got nothing. Y'all know how I get at the end of these marathons. I be tapping out on y'all. But no, this was definitely a great show. I appreciate everybody who came on the panel. Appreciate everybody in the audience who participated in any way, shape, or form. Everybody who hit the super chat. I know I missed my last few super chats. Shout out to damn. Oh wait, hold on. Here, well, okay, I caught Theo. Yeah, Theo says you look tired, Bernard. Here's a little bit for a venti latte. I might just grab one. Shout out to Ados 1909. He says, how do you persuade a lion to be a vegan? Yeah. Real quick, a game changer. Are you there still? GC. All right.
What's up, Mark?
Okay, I want to run that by you because when I was about to get off and I just thought about it because Obsidian was saying something about we got to look at, talking about the culture and what's wrong with the culture, and he says women control the culture or how the culture is passed down. Now, I hear people say that, and I can understand it just from the general standpoint that even in a traditional home, the father is out working, the mother is the one teaching, nurturing, raising the child more. But I guess I'm not even pushing back against what he's saying. I want your opinion on that because I don't know what I think about that. I think women do have a lot of influence, especially in the Black community, because the women are over here and the men are over here. So the women are over here with the kids. Then they do got a lot of, they do dictate a lot of what will go on with the next generation. But when Obsidian made the point that he worded it something along the lines of changing the culture. He said Black men can move the needle on it a little bit, but in order for it to really move, it's going to take Black women. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, it's definitely going to take both. I mean, I do think that Black men are more willing to move the culture in a positive direction than the women are. I think that Black women.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Say that again. Something went wrong here. Say it again.
Yeah, no worries. I think that Black men are more willing to move the culture in a positive direction than the women are. However, and that's for a number of reasons. Listen, I'm gonna just throw it out there, and maybe I'll talk about it later on my show today. But really, I think Black women are afraid of successful Black men, prosperous Black men, so to speak. I don't think that they feel that they have a place in the world where their men are successful, and they raise their children based on that fear. I'll tell you what I mean by that. So when I say, equal to or greater than, the other races, if we were to compete in that regard, then I think a lot of Black women ask themselves, where do that leave us? Like, where would it leave them if you have a group of men who is already sexualized by other group of women, even while broke as fuck? What happens when they actually do go to Harvard? What happens when they actually do go to Yale on top of the BBC? What happens to us at that point? I do think that they fear that is a doomsday scenario for them. So, they're raising their sons accordingly. Make no mistake, many of us, and I'm talking about you Black men that are in the chat, many of you were raised not to benefit yourself, but to benefit your mother's future daughter-in-law. So, meaning that you were raised to just bring in a daughter-in-law. It doesn't matter if you become a doctor, lawyer, engineer, or anything, businessman, Wall Street businessman, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All that matters to her is that you marry a Black woman. And she feels that if you become successful in these particular regards, that you are less likely to do so, then she will do what she can to assure that you do not become successful in those particular regards.
Do you think that black women are either consciously or subconsciously thinking to themselves that if I raise my son to be too successful, he's not going to be with a black woman. Therefore, I'm going to stunt his growth to ensure that he ends up with a black woman. Is that what you're saying that they actually are doing, consciously or subconsciously?
I'm saying it's both conscious and subconscious, and the answer is yes. Okay, so you got.
I mean, that's. I mean, I can see how that. I can see how that could subconsciously be a thing.
No, it's conscious. I mean, I don't think that we as men fully grasp how morally and ethically depraved a woman can be. I don't. But Theo, shout out to him. Mom is as fucked up as I can imagine. She knows this. She basically say, I will stunt your intellectual and academic growth because I want the credit for your success. I'll make you successful as long as I get the credit for making you successful, which is why she didn't put him in programs like Mesa and stuff like that. See, this type of thing, and his mom isn't black, but this type of thinking is something that's prevalent in amongst women. They care about themselves. Far too many of them care about themselves, and they do behave accordingly. And yes, if it means that you do not get ahead in life as long as you marry a black woman, particularly as Obsidian says, a Grace Jones. Wait, what is it? A Jill Scott with a Grace Jones paint job.
Jill Scott with a big chop, and a Grace Jones paint job.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So yeah, as long as you do that, they really don't care about your success. That's far too prevalent in our community. So that's what I mean when I say
what you're saying, it does manifest itself when they see a successful black man with a non-black woman. Then it manifests itself big time. It's just it is a hard one to think that they're actually stunning the growth of their own kid for that reason. I think hold on real quick. I think there are a number of reasons why some of them do that. Like let's just say if they hate the dad and then her disdain for him, it gets taken out on the child. But even then, that's sometimes that could be, that's a conscious and subconscious thing that they do. But I think
both. It's both.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, Bernard, what is their biggest problem? What is a black woman's biggest problem? And I'm not talking about for us. I'm talking about for them. What is their biggest problem? What is the biggest thing they complain about?
One of them, I guess, in line with where you're going.
No, that's not one of them. You go to anything where they are complaining. They're not complaining about, their sons not being successful or anything like that. They're complaining about not being appreciated as much as other groups of women, period.
Okay.
That is their nightmare scenario. That is the worst. That's their prison rape. That is the worst case scenario for them, is to, not having an unsuccessful son. The worst case scenario for them is to have a son that don't appreciate a black woman's beauty. So an example of this, I know it's a movie, but the movie Crash with Lorenz Tate and Don Cheadle. So the mother favored the criminal son, Lorenz Tate, over Don Chino, the one that became a cop and is sleeping with a Spanish woman. Now, you got to ask, why is that? Well, the son who became, quote unquote, more successful is sleeping with a Latino woman. She don't really care about how much you rake in, or if you were the one that brought the groceries, or if you were the one that stayed alive. She don't give a damn about any of that. She favors the one that favors her, or her sister. It says it in the scrolls, Bernard,
Right. Interesting theories. I just I just wanted you to walk down that path and explore Obsidian's statement a little more. Because I mean, there's some things that that people say in this space, and it turned into a thing. Like it turned into just a thing that people say. But and over time we end up going a long time without teasing it out. But
you know something really quickly. Excuse me. We know that Black moms are very supportive of their athletically inclined sons. We know that Black moms are very supportive of their artistically inclined sons, singers, rappers, that sort of thing. But when we look at the scholastic performance of Black boys, the academic performance of Black boys, how do we explain it? Here is my radical thought for the day. What if Black women are actively squelching it out of fear?
That's exactly what I was saying. Yeah.
They don't do that with the athletically inclined. They don't do it with the artistically inclined. But might they be doing it with the intellectually inclined?
But I was saying just that. I was saying that they are doing that with the intellectually inclined for several reasons. One, a man who exceeds in that particular realm is more likely to, swirl or date and marry out. But two, that is something that they want their daughters to achieve over their sons. And where the daughters can't compete with them athletically and perhaps not even artistically, they can compete with them intellectually. Therefore, they want their daughters to have something to offer their sons in that regard.
But why would these boys automatically want to swirl? I mean, after all, they're raised by Black women.
I think that is why they automatically want to swirl. Because if you are a man who becomes successful in spite of your mother's effort, then you become successful in spite of your mother's effort, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, I see exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
I see exactly what you're saying. That not just the mother, because we have to remember, it's not just a question of the Black mother herself, but the other Black women in the environment. So that could be aunties, grandmothers, other big mamas in the neighborhood, that sort of thing. That could, and if this boy gets a chance to go to, say, a prep school, college, that sort of thing, he gets around women of other, societies, other cultures, comparison is inevitable.
True. No, I mean, and the fact of the matter is, they simply do make better wives and mothers from a cultural aspect. A smart man would realize this and make the decision based on that.
Somebody said
Sexual.
something.
all right, hold on. Wait, GC. Go ahead and finish what you were saying. And
No,
then,
the same. I think that's why a lot of Black men make that decision. Remember Blair Underwood's character from Set It Off? From the movie Set It Off?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, now he wanted to be with a sister, and then she robbed him and took his money and fled the country. Now, if that was real life, that nigga would get fired. And he would never work in banking again. You were seen sleeping with somebody who later robbed the bank that you worked at. Nigga, you got played. So I think that's why, you kind of stick with your own Harvard type white chick, so shit like that don't happen. But once again, it's just a movie. I'm just giving an example.
No. I think it's a legit.
You become culturally incompatible with a certain type of women, and that's the same type of woman that your mother wants you to be with.
all right, this is the last thing we're doing here. SKC says he got something from. Well, I'll let you set up the clip, play the clip, then we getting the hell out of here. Go ahead.
Sure. Field of education. If anybody knows who Gloria Lansing Billings is, I'm pretty sure Obsidian does. A leader in a lot of education and makes a lot of, have written a lot of things about Black education, used to work for Obama and the whole nine. But here she is at a conference, two teachers, and this is what she talks about during the middle of her conference.
It's interesting that we've just had this survey or a list of 55 schools where sexual assaults have taken place. And I would contend that young women who haven't had an opportunity to date don't often know the norms or the rules. So if she attended a predominantly white institution, she's likely to continue to be with survey or a list of 55 schools where convenes a group of black girls, and we learn that they feel excluded from the social life of the school. The black boys were often dating white girls, but white boys did not find the black girls attractive or ask them out. The interviewer convenes a group of black girls, and we learn that they feel excluded from the social life of the school. The black boys were often dating white girls, but white boys did not find the black girls attractive or ask.
Question: if this is a conference about education, black children, what in the world does this have to do with any of that?
Good
Well,
question.
wait a minute.
That's what I was saying earlier, and I agree with you. I agree with where you're going with this, SKC. Basically, their number one concern is, do men find me hot? Period. That's their number one concern. They don't care about raising the boys to be successful or anything like that. The number one concern is, do men find me hot? When they have a son, whether it's with a single father or a single mother or not, their goal is to raise a son that finds black women hot. Nothing else. Nothing else. That is their primary goal. If they could, right quick, if they could raise a cripple that find the black woman hot versus a pro athlete that don't, they would do that. If they can raise a if they could raise a retarded that finds black women hot versus a genius that don't, they would take the former. They will always. That is the biggest concern that they have.
Yeah, and this is one of the cream of the crops when it comes to the field of education. She teaches teachers, and this is the conversation that's going on at one of these conferences.
Exactly.
The black boys were often dating white girls, but white boys did not find the black girls attractive.
Exactly. Perfect. Thank you, SKC. Perfect example. This is just beautifully stated. Why do you care? Like, what the hell? I mean, would a black man be up there saying, the white girls don't want to fuck my son? This is ridiculous. This is their concern, and it's been like that since forever. Since forever.
What?
So when you're asking,
that is a powerful piece right there, I have to admit.
Yeah, when you're asking what's stunting the growth of these men and boys, is that thinking. They like, listen, this is the problem, not all the other stuff that we spent the last hours talking about, about the reading and the things like that. That comes second. We got to get these boys' penis in these girls' vaginas, because black. This is ridiculous. These are your mamas. These are your teachers. These are your everything.
SKC, real quick. Hold on, real quick. SKC. I just want to make sure I understand it. What was this gathering summit, or what were they there for?
Black education and excellence.
Told you. And they that's going to be put on the black burner. We got to get penises in vaginas.
I will send all three of you the full clip so you can listen to the whole thing. I did not take this out of context. Midway during this conversation about the different test scores of black children and how they interact with each other, she pulls out the black boys, black girls have it different. Black girls are disadvantaged because of their social life or whatnot. She even throws in a section in here where she says to the coons, the black children at this one school that she did her large research project on that were staying away from black culture were the ones that were excelling the best.
Wow.
She called those individuals culturally traumatized. They had to because she said that by having to have to cut themselves off from a black culture, they were cauterizing themselves in order to succeed.
And see, when I said that, Bernard, you thought I was coming out with some obscure theory, like how could they is this conscious or subconscious? And I was like, yes, it's both conscious and subconscious. And then I brought up Theo as an example. Thank you, SKC, for bringing another example of how depraved they can be, how depraved and selfish they can be. This is what I'm talking about. You have to like see. We seen it growing up. This is the extent they care about little else than this. They care about little else than this. They will
For both,
sacrifice your
for,
economic growth in order to get penis and vagina. That's all they
But see,
care.
this is where I was at with this.
SKC,
I
I need
was
that link, brother.
I was with you just in general, like if the women in the education system who are, you know, on the boards, who are teaching, who are setting, you know, setting up, you know, all the ins and outs of it. I could agree that they were doing that consciously to some degree, or just seeing a huge problem with what she's talking about right there. I I didn't make a connection that the actual mother at home with her own son, even though most black mothers, they do want their black son to grow up and be with a black woman, but I wouldn't
But they
I wouldn't have.
prioritize that over wanting their son to grow up to be successful. I'm saying they think it's a choice. They think they have to choose one or the other, and they will choose be with a black woman over being successful. They will always choose that.
Yeah, it would explain a lot. It would explain a lot. I know I know, Bernard, you completely ran out of spit at this point. So
Yeah.
to be continued. To be continued.
Yeah.
well, the link is in the back chat. If you all ever
No,
want to
drop
do
it
a
in the
breakdown,
chat.
yeah, I put it in there as well. But if you all, I did one on my channel about a breakdown of this interview, of this discourse that she gave at Columbia University. But I mean, if you guys want to do a show on it, I would love to be a part of it, because again, everything that was spoken about here, this lady has been in education for 30 years at the forefront. She has written books about CRT and black education.
Wow.
So again, she spells it out directly in all of the things that were stated here. One, that black children that separate themselves from quote unquote blackness, that they have a problem. In order, even though they're succeeding, they have a problem. And then she goes into the differences between black boys and black girls and their dating and socializing habits in what 8 to 9 to, basically in high school and in college.
Wow.
So email me, SKC, because we
Sure.
we're gonna break this down. We're gonna break this down. Because I'm telling you, people do not understand how important that is to them. How important that is to them, and how much it bothers them that they're in last place. And instead of becoming hotter and getting me a sandwich, they they try to manipulate everybody into into crap.
That's a powerful point. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Yeah.
The solution would be to compete and get better.
Yeah, exactly. But they don't. They try to make their sons worse, and to assure that they don't have a choice but to fuck them. How twisted are you to where you're? What's it called in a video game? Is it called nerfing or neffing? They're neffing black boys. What's it? Who play video games?
Well, I don't play. So
I don't know what nerfing or neffing. Nothing is.
Somebody
I know what a nerf something is. You know, you nerf a ball. I know what that is. Like kind of like spiking a ball. Yeah.
No. It means to make it weaker.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
It means so sometimes in video games they overpower certain characters and something like that in order to balance them out. They nerf them. Nerf them.
Gotcha.
They're nerfing black boys. They're nerfing black boys so they'll have no choice but to fuck these bitches. It's sick. It's sick. And she's been at it for 30 years. She's been at it for 30 years. In fact, that's my teacher. That's my 6th grade teacher. What's her name? That's my teacher. I knew it.
Her name is Gloria Lansing Billings.
Oh no.
This is deep, man. This is deep. This right here is really. Yeah, we're gonna have to come back and do the whole thing on this, man.
Yeah, man. Bernard, if you ever want to do that, I would love to do this, because I've researched this lady intensely along with a lot of other people.
I wouldn't cover this video. I mean, I am curious about the whole thing that they're doing here, apart from and everything that led up to her even making that statement at something that was for the educational advancement of black children. I don't know what black women's dating prospects got to do with anything on. So that was crazy. But no, I definitely yeah, I wouldn't cover this without you. So yeah, however you want to do it, I'm with it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Well, let's set up to do it, and I want you guys to take a look at it and review it in total, so you don't think that I'm just cherry picking something out of this to oh man, he trying to do that. No, look at the whole thing. I invite everybody in the chat. Take a look at it. Listen to the whole thing. It happened at Columbia University. Gloria Lansing-Billings. She's talking about education, and then she gives thoughts about why certain black children are having difficulties in school, and then she separates black boys and black girls because of their dating habits.
Ain't this a bitch? Wow. Now I
all right, game changer. I gotta roll.
Just right quick. Is she a tiger mom? You see, where is the Asian women out there saying the biggest problem we have is that women don't want to fuck our sons? Exactly. This is sick. This is why she's a tiger mom and this is a mouse mom. This sucks. You suck as a human being. She does.
All right, y'all. We out of here for real this time.
Peace.
All right, peace.